you. Okay, check, check. 1, 2, check, check. Okay, check, check. Maybe it's working. So, welcome to everyone. Let me get this out of here. Okay. Welcome to everyone. And it's good to see you. And apologize for the delay. We're having a large slideshow tonight, and I am trying to get that all prepared for you. I apologize for the delay and for any technical difficulties that may occur. Um, but welcome to everyone and happy Wednesday, October 9 to you. Okay. And please pray for everyone in the path of the storm. By that I mean the hurricane down in Florida, Milton. And for the particular storm we will be discussing tonight, I guess there's a different kind of prayer. So we'll be getting into that. But let me go ahead and hurry and get started without wasting much time, because we have a lot to cover tonight. I hope everyone had a great day, great week. I apologize, it's been a few days, had a lot to do, and I still got a lot to do, but we should have a busy next few days. So I'm glad about that, and we have some good news for you guys, but next few days we'll be rolling it out. So let's be talking here. So welcome. It's a new day. Edge of my seat. Hey, well, thank you. Thanks for being here. ACV, looking forward to hearing some truths. So am I. So am I. Okay, ACB, I agree with this. And you know what? I was going to do this late in the show, but let me do it now. Let's get all the business and everything taken care of. So, you guys, please listen to me at this moment. Hit the like, okay? And then there's some things that I want you to do real quick, other than hitting the like. I want you to go and save this right here. Okay, save that for your. Let me put this on the screen for your reading. Well, I'll put it on the screen later. Anyway, go ahead and do that. Okay, it's essential that you do that. And then I need you to go ahead and get this one here on your devices for further reading. We will be getting into that. It's odd that ACB mentions that. Odd that he mentions that I am preparing to take a look at soon enough. Okay, so let's make sure that works. Okay, good. And so you guys get caught up on that stuff, and you'll have some background reading covered. Very important. Okay, and that'll get the ball rolling for you. And I suggest you dive down the Google rabbit hole regarding this. Okay, one more for you, so I can get it here. I don't know why everything is glitchy today. Okay, take this one too. So those are 3 articles to get you started. Please don't think that's all the info, because this is literally the tip of an iceberg, and it's an iceberg of which you don't want to know about. But I suggest that you please start to dive down this rabbit hole. We will be talking about it, and it's difficult. And so take a look at it, because we will be discussing it next week. Most likely is our scheduled time frame for that. But thank you, ACB, for bringing that up. And welcome to Bonnie. Okay. Welcome, Marianne Foster. Good suggestion there. Welcome to you. And welcome, Amy, Prof, and chat. Hello. So, nice flowers. Thank you for the flowers. And please, I guess I should also, while you're doing business, please take a look at my donation pathways. Keep the channel rolling and surviving, whether it's super chats, the buy me a coffees, the cash apps, or any other avenue. Please support the channel. Okay, welcome in, Rebecca Ann. Hi, got Prof on the iPad, R&M on the phone. Welcome in, Fur Baby Daddy. Okay, hey, Sunflower Soul, good evening to you. Good evening. Okay. All right, so True Justice, welcome in, True Justice, good to see you. Hello, everyone, set my alarm to wake up for this, don't want to miss. Hello, Jessica Friedman, and Kayla, hello. Hello, Kayla. All right, Jojo, what's up, Jojo? Everyone in here, I really do appreciate you coming in early. I apologize for the delay once again. I should have scheduled for 7:30. That would have worked out perfectly. Or 9:30 Eastern. Okay. All right, so looks like we got the chat taken care of. Okay, so hey, welcome in, Mustang Driver. Hi, Prof. Welcome in, and it's a new day. $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Okay, nice. Your 5th super on a live stream. Wow, amazing. Thank you so much, and everybody, please support the Prof. It's needed, and boy, I got a wonderful piece of support. I'm not going to disclose it until maybe tomorrow or the next day. But someone who loves the channel has sent me a very nice addition to the channel, and you will see it as soon as I'm able to cope with it. I had zero. I don't know. Today has been crazy, but we got great support for the channel, and I really do appreciate that. And I'm working hard to try to earn that support. So welcome in, Cromley. Hello, Prof in chat. All right, thank you. Yes, sorry the Prof, she says. Sorry the Prof. She means support. Okay, so guys, tonight, listen. You know, some nights we like to have mm, lighthearted discussions. Some nights we like to have emotional, community-based discussions. And then, unfortunately, some nights we have to have serious discussions about things that are not that pleasing to talk about. But there's a time to be serious, and tonight is that time. So we will be getting into that serious stuff. I apologize in advance if you're not here for that, but don't worry. Tomorrow will be a little different, and then Friday will be a little different. So you'll have the whole flavor the rest of this week. But tonight will be a little time for serious. So if you're a screenshotter, get ready for that. If you're a listener, relax yourself and be prepared to listen, and be excited that your listening experience will soon be getting better. And if you're a chatter, please do chat, because that's what's up. But hey, I have an idea here. Maybe when we're covering these extremely pertinent points tonight, maybe you guys comment upon the points we're covering. Try to maybe expand upon what I am covering on the screen, because I think you all have so much to add. And on serious shows like this, I would like to see you all elaborating on the points to the best of your ability. And there are a lot of points to cover. And trust me, some of you may be familiar with some of it. Some of you may have seen some of it before. Some of you may have not. But it will certainly be worth discussing. Points worth discussing is my bottom line, and not too pleasing in both of those. So, okay, Frenchie, welcome, Frenchie. Welcome, Dennis McKean. Good to see you. Thank you very much for coming in, and thanks, French. And listen, everyone in the Lurker crew, please come into the chat. Take advantage of the chat to add your voice, let your voice be heard, because it's needed. We know that at this time we need a community effort. Okay, this case for Abby and Libby is a community effort. So please be part of that community effort. Okay, I want to see that. Welcome in, Ellen West. So thanks for coming into the chat. Everyone, please continue to come into the chat. Give me one moment, and I'll pull up the slideshow. No, give me one moment, and I'll pull up my document, and I'll do a little covering of our first point, lurking. To be honest, if you prefer to lurk, lurk. But if you'd like to be brave and step into the chat for the first time, go ahead and do so. So, just a moment. All right, so we're going to get this together. Okay, and hey, Digital. Hey, Digital. Welcome to you. So, so the first half of the show tonight, we're going to cover our current topics of the week. Okay, the current topics of the week. We'll be getting into that immediately, and then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes here. So, so yeah, we'll be starting with a couple hot topics. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you. You saw the video, and it was fantastic. I thank you all for watching it, and please go and add to the comment section there. And I'm talking about Apocalypse Delphi, my latest video upload. Please do watch it if you haven't seen it. It's got some meat to it, and and I put my own touch. It's a hodgepodge, but it's got a story to tell. Stay on it. All right, so you guys, welcome in, Westy. Sleep listening tonight. It's 2:30 a.m. Already dropped off in crime night by hanging. Oh wow, well we got a long one tonight, so catch the replay. Catch the replay, Westy. Thanks for being here, though. Heavy metal rehab. All right, what's up, heavy metal rehab? Thanks for jumping into the chat. You guys are making me warm and fuzzy inside coming into this chat. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, you saw Train Man as well? Awesome. Yeah, you guys watch my videos. I have said before, it takes 10 times as long to make videos as live streams. And the funny thing is, okay, see, we got a troll in the chat. I know who you are too. So let's somebody deal with Mustang, please. Gonna get him out of this way. All right, where are we? Okay, as you see, the trolls are coming in. So what do trolls mean? Trolls mean they know that we're about to hit something good. So I hope you know that we are about to hit something. So first off, Todd Click. Okay, so tonight I will be discussing some Todd Click issues. Okay, first issue is I don't know how many of you have deep dived into the PCA for his arrest. Okay, raise your hand in the chat. Actually, if you have, let's see, put 1 in the chat if you have analyzed the PCA for Todd Click. Put 2 in the chat if you have not, because let me tell you, there's some points, and I'll just get into those points. Let me sidetrack and get into the points first. Do a little backwards. Okay. So as far as the points, okay. First thing I'd like you to know is, oh, I see a lot haven't. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, that's mind-blowing. Okay. That's mind-blowing. Okay, so let me lay the groundwork for you. Okay. Heavy metal rehab stuff makes me angry. I heard the PCA I read the PCA and still couldn't figure out why he was arrested. The music was beautiful and emotional. Wasn't it beautiful? I just loved putting that together. Okay. So listen. I would like you to pay attention to some things in the PCA, and I'm sort of going to go backwards tonight. So forgive me for going backwards. But I guess, you know, sometimes at the spur of the moment, I have a change of plans because of you in the chat, and you just gave me the idea to go backwards through the Todd Click portion of tonight's show. So I will change my plans and go backwards. So I'll give you the summary or the conclusion first. And then I'll give you some of the backstory where I intended to do it different. Thank you, ACB. That's very nice. Thank you. That was very nice. Thank you so much. Okay. Prayers for peace for all tonight and safety for all in the path of Hurricane Milton. And so thank you very much for the support. All right, everyone. So the Todd Click. Well, you know, when I read through this, I don't mean to smile, but you have to smile through the pain, okay? So when I read through this, the first thing that slapped me across the face like a 2x4, or maybe a, what is it, 3x6? I don't even know what they call these things anymore. The bigger board than a 2x4. I mean, I didn't even make it past the first page before I got smacked. And the thing that smacked me was the date that I'm going to read to you now. It's April 11th, 2024. Okay. The OIG received a complaint from the Indiana Department of Children's Services. Okay, so notice 2 things from this. Okay, two things from this. Number one, April 11th, 2024. Okay. Number two, Indiana Department of Child Services. Okay. Now, Mr. Prof, why does April 11, 2024 smack you across the head? Well, because of this, okay? March 18th, 2024. Okay? March 18th, 2024. There were two things that occurred on March 18th, 2024. And one of them was the contempt hearing, which was an entire setup in and of itself. And number two was referred to as hearing on motion to dismiss. Okay. Well, what is it about March 18th hearing motion to dismiss that would raise red flags for you, Prof? Well, two things. Number one, the fact that Mr. Todd Click was a witness and testified at the hearing on the motion to dismiss on March 18, 2024. Less than a month before April 11th, 2024. Are you starting to understand my point? Okay. Now, let me say some things. Because as you know, I am not in Delphi, and I was not in Indiana on March 18, 2024. But let me say something else. There were three people who I know very well, who are very intelligent and conscientious and smart human beings. And when this day of court was over, March 18, 2024, these individuals all separately reported back something major to me. And what was major was that Doug Carter and Jerry Holman were absolutely furious after the testimony of Todd Click on March 18, 2024, less than a month before the Indiana Department of Child Services brought these allegations against him. Okay? Yeah. They were pissed. Yes. So you get what I'm saying, that I don't know who of you in the chat. I guess I would also like you to raise your hand if you were in the courtroom to confirm my statements here. But three of my friends who were in the courtroom all unanimously agreed that they were furious. Okay? So what happened? What was it then that happened? Well, he spoke. And what I'm going to do is give you some, I'm kind of going to really railroad through, for lack of a better term, his testimony here, or his direct examination. So maybe you can put yourselves in the mind of a compromised ISP officer and try to understand why you might be furious at this guy. Okay? I provided investigative assistance to this case with two other detectives, Greg Ferenczi and Kevin Murphy, okay, who was also a FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force member. Okay. How long did you conduct interviews and try to gather evidence? 3 years. June of 2018, and ceased when Detective Ferenczi was shot and killed in the line of duty July 7th, 2021. An entire side project. Okay. In June of 2018, Detective Ferenczi and Murphy came to Rushville to conduct an interview with the gentleman by the name of Elvis Fields. They asked to use our interview room at the Rushville PD. They asked if I'd be willing to operate equipment for them. They asked me if I was familiar with Elvis Fields, to which I was. They asked if I would kind of watch the interview and give my opinion on what. So after that, Detective Murphy and Detective Ferenczi told me they were looking at a couple of individuals from Delphi. They asked me if I could help find a tie between Elvis Fields, Holder, and Westfall. Were you able to find any ties? Yes, I was. What ties did you find? While reviewing photographs on Brad Holder's Facebook page, I located a photograph with approximately 5 individuals, all wearing Vinlander t-shirts. Okay. I recognize Johnny Mesher from Rushville. He's been arrested numerous times. Okay, and what else? So I knew from previous incidents that Johnny Messer's uncle, Billy Messer, used to live with Elvis Fields. Okay, so I contacted Ferenczi and Murphy and told them specifically to look at the photo and that the individual standing in between Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall was Johnny Messer, an individual from Rushville. So after that, I know that Ferenczi and Murphy came down to Rushville and we conducted an interview with Johnny Messer. And did she provide any information that was useful in the investigation? So talking about Taylor Harnedy, Johnny's ex-girlfriend. Yes, she did. And what was that? She was able to provide photographs of Johnny Messer, Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder, and several other individuals that the photographs were taken during club meetings or outings that the Vinlander group conducted. Okay. Are you guys getting it? We conducted several other interviews. Specifically asked Johnny if he had tried to recruit anyone else from Rushville to be part of the Vinlander group. Johnny Messer okay, I conducted several interviews of people that were connected to Johnny Messer, and those individuals told me that Johnny had tried to recruit them into the Vinlander group. During our interview with Taylor, she had given us a cell phone of hers. Well, she indicated that there was a cell phone of hers that contained recordings of a kidnapping that Johnny was involved in. We obtained a search warrant to go into the phone and conduct a forensic exam to retrieve the recordings. There were recordings of Johnny Messer and another individual kidnapping an individual at gunpoint in the Indianapolis area. We tried to identify the victim, but were unsuccessful. All right. We conducted other interviews. We spoke with a Joyce Moffett, who is Elvis's Fields' sister. During the interview, she confirmed that she heard Elvis make comments about things associated with the crime scene. The murder crime scene of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. The information was given to myself, Detective Murphy, and Detective Ferenczi. They were aware of that information, and I was told by Detective Ferenczi and Detective Murphy that they were going to try to contact Unified Command to try to obtain a search warrant for the residence of Elvis Fields. We were unable to get a response from Unified Command as to whether or not we were authorized to get a search warrant. So Joyce Moffett, Elvis's sister, says basically he's somehow involved in the crime and you weren't able to secure a search warrant of any type. That's correct. We conducted several other interviews throughout that timeline. We were able to connect Elvis Fields to a gentleman by the name of Josh Chrisman. Josh Chrisman was originally part of a group called the American Guard. There was a Make America Great Again rally that was held in Indianapolis approximately 2016, I believe, where the American Guard and Binlanders were together. And after the rally, they had a house party at a gentleman's house by the name of Mickey McGinley. Thank you. Yes, Mr. McGinley was also a Vinlander. He was also friends with a gentleman by the name of Brian James, who I guess was head of the American Guard. So we were able to connect Josh Chrisman. We knew that he was a semi-truck driver and conducted deliveries for a company called Flynn Livestock that would transport hogs to different facilities. I know that Weichman's Pig Farm in Delphi and then the Tyson plant in Logansport, that they would make deliveries. Elvis Fields kind of worked under the table at Flynn Livestock, and he would get paid by drivers to load and unload semis, and he would periodically ride with the drivers to make deliveries. So Johnny Messer knew this guy, Josh Chrisman, and Josh Chrisman knew Elvis Fields? Yes, that's correct. So that's another connection. Were there any other connections to Brad Holder between Elvis Fields and Brad Holder? Between Josh Chrisman and Johnny Messer, I don't recall any others. Do you recall if there are any Facebook photos that you looked at where Brad was following Elvis or vice versa? There were pictures on Elvis Fields' Facebook page and Brad Holder's Facebook page that were very similar in nature. Okay. There was pictures of sticks that were placed under in different arrangements. I know that there was a picture of a folding pocket knife that they each had. They each had similar pictures of trees. It was just the similarities were very odd. Well, you know, Elvis Fields was duplicating or copycatting Brad Holder's art. Okay. So there's a bunch of objecting and all of this shit. Okay. And let's see, we get on with it. Did Elvis say anything where he was involved in this crime as part of your investigation? Elvis did not say anything to me directly, no. Did he say anything to Kevin Murphy? There was, back in February 2018, I believe, Jerry Holman and Kevin Murphy interviewed Elvis Fields at the Rushville PD. And when Detective Murphy took Elvis back to his trailer, Elvis approached Detective Murphy and said, "Hey, if my spit is found on those girls and I've got a reason for why it's there, I'll be okay, correct?" After after some type of that type of information, do you know if that was relayed to Unified Command to try to see if they'd be willing to get a search warrant for Elvis Fields' house? Yes, and that was, if I recall, there were some statements that Elvis made to his sister that initially prompted the investigation. Is that Joyce Moffett or someone else? That's a different sister, somebody else. Okay, what did that part of your investigation reveal? Well, Elvis had made some statements to his sister, Mary Abrams. I don't recall exactly all of the words that he used, but he told Mary that he was going to go away for a while. And he had done something bad to some girls. He was on a high bridge. They had placed sticks in one of the girls' hair to represent antlers. That he was in a gang and he had a brother now. More objections. Okay, how much stuff was there that would cause a good investigator to think Elvis Fields and Brad Holder were somehow connected to these murders? It was the belief of Detective Murphy, Detective Ferenczi, and I that there was a strong likelihood that there was. That Brad Holder, Patrick Westphal, and Elvis Fields had strong involvement in the murders of the girls. So, how did this investigation on your end wind down? The investigation came to an end when Detective Ferenczi was shot and killed in the line of duty by Shane Meehan, mayor, former mayor. Who do they allow to become mayors in the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen? Save that. Save that. Okay. Then we got a whole bunch of objections, of course. And then they get into the fact that they do an Exhibit A, okay? And Exhibit A is around this issue. He says, I eventually contacted a friend of mine who was a former prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. After Richard Allen was arrested, I was initially kind of shocked and confused. I read the affidavit, the probable cause affidavit for the arrest, and I felt like the investigative information that Ferenczi, Murphy, and I had compiled was more compelling than what was contained within the PCA for Richard Allen's arrest. Well, I wasn't sure exactly what to do, so I reached out to a friend of mine who is a former prosecutor and was a defense attorney for advice on what I should do. We decided that we would draft a letter to McLeland's office, and that we did. Okay, and then the exhibit is offered, which is part of the letter that they drafted to Mr. McLeland's office. Okay, and this, we're talking about the attorney or former prosecutor, friend of Mr. Click. Okay, so this is called taking it upon himself to help with an absolutely solid tip. Okay, this is called a legit ass tip, for lack of a better term. Okay. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. What's up, Linda K. Johnson? Please don't go anywhere. You can watch the rest later. Please stick with us here. We've got a amazing show, so please stick with us. Okay, Rick H. Welcome in, and hey, anyone else coming in? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. Let's see. Now, listen to this. Listen to this. What was your reasoning for writing this letter? Listen how honorable. Just to make sure that he, McLeland, was aware of the investigative work that Detective Murphy and Detective Ferenczi and I had conducted. Okay? So, uh, there's a bunch of description of what this letter was, and I'll skip over that. So did you hear back from Nick McLeland anytime during May 2023? No, I did not. What about June? No, I did not. July? No, I did not. August? Did you hear from McLeland then? I was contacted by Mr. Mullins, and it was mid-August, I believe, of 2023. He wanted to set up a meeting with me and Detective Holman and asked that I provide all of my investigative materials, which would include police reports, AV recordings of interviews, and told me that they would sit down with me to go over some of the evidence that they had against Allen and try to put my mind at ease. Yeah, or was it to get the rest of what you had so that they can reverse engineer some damage control and make this all go away? Smells like that's what it is to me. Okay. All right, so So what happened? I went to ISP Post, met with detectives, Mr. Holman, Mr. Vito. I provided them with everything I had. Uh-oh. 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 That was your mistake, Mr. Click. That was the mistake. I provided them with the thumb drive that contained all of the interviews that were conducted. Mistake. I believe there was cell phone extraction data that was included in that, like my AV interviews, and then I sat down with Vito for approximately an hour or so and just kind of gave a brief summary of the investigative work that Ferenczi Murphy and I had completed. Did they put your mind at ease? No, sir. After this meeting with Vito and Holman and whoever else you said, what happened then? I left, and as I was walking out, I noticed Brad Holder sitting in the fucking front lobby. Why do you think Brad was sitting in that lobby? Let's be real here. Did you ever hear from anyone? Nope, I was never contacted. Did you ever contact them again? I contacted Detective Holman. And, well, why did you do that? Shortly after the Franks memorandum had been released, I was contacted by a friend of mine that stated a female by the name of Alicia Cole, who had had a child with Johnny Messer, in other words, baby mama, had a cell phone of Johnny's that she believed I might be interested in. Look, Mike, get the fuck out of here, Mike. Fuck off, Mike. All right, now, we searched for several phones belonging to Johnny Messer that Johnny would have been using during the time that Abby and Libby would have been killed. We actually referred to that cell phone as the Goldilocks cell phone. We believe there might have been information contained on that cell phone. Okay. So what did you do once you heard that somebody had contacted you about a cell phone that belonged to Johnny Messer? Did you say in 2017? That's correct. What did you do? Objection sustained. Okay. Okay. Did you contact anybody about this Goldilocks phone? I contacted Detective Holman. Oh, just never stops, does it? I checked with Alicia Cole, and then I spoke with Detective Holman. I explained to him the significance of that we felt the cell phone provided, the fucking Goldilocks phone. Detective Holman said that he would make arrangements to obtain that cell phone. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Bad call. I contacted Alicia Cole and I told her that a Detective Holman from ISP would be contacting her to retrieve the cell phone. After approximately 2 weeks, I contacted Alicia just to make sure that the cell phone had been recovered, and it had not been, because no one cares. Then what happened? At that time, I contacted Brian Alvey, who's an investigator for the criminal defense team, advised him of the cell phone, and he went and retrieved the cell phone. Thank God. Okay. Are you familiar with Celebrite and how? Tell the judge what Celebrite is. Celebrite is a program that law enforcement uses to extract data from electronic devices. For a cell phone example, you can recover data that is currently on the cell phone, and you recover data that has been deleted from the cell phone. Have you had a chance to look at the results? from the phone dump from 2023? I briefly looked at it, yes. Okay, here's Exhibit C. Are you familiar with the thumb drive? This is the thumb drive that contains the extracted data from Patrick Westfall's cell phone, the Goldilocks phone, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we get a bunch of gaslighting from the other side, and then we say, when I was he says, when I was a detective and investigator for the ISP Crimes Against Children Task Force, any cell phone that we had that we were going to do a forensic exam on, we would take to the ISP Cybercrimes Unit. They would extract the data, and they would provide me with the data that was extracted. Okay. What dates did Patrick Westfall have for the extraction? First significant extraction detail was August 12th, 2023. Did you see anything in July? No, I did not. Let's go back to April. No, I did not. January. Nope. Okay, on and on and on. What would you learn? What you would learn, Judge, if he was allowed to continue, is that Patrick Westfall's phone that he brought to the police had only 4 days. Knowing that he was going there, he brought a phone with no data on it, pretending when he knew he was going in there. That is, it's either scrubbed or he brought in a new phone. And that goes towards showing that he had a predisposition or was trying to hide evidence. And when he's trying to hide evidence, then that goes towards, well, if he's trying to hide evidence in 2023, was he doing it back in 2017? So in other words, the phone was a nothing. It was deleted, empty, clean, white, nothing, brand new possibly. Okay, so let's see. We got the end, basically the end of it. There's a little crossing that's irrelevant, except we get to this point here, which says, did you ever run into anybody in your time as a detective that had low mental capacity that committed crimes? Yes, sir. Serious crimes? Yes, sir. Okay. Also, if so, there's an objection again or whatever, and he references that in a videotaped interview of Brad, that he's asked, I mean, he's not asked about why he and Patrick Westfall are no longer friends, as described by Amber Holder, who said that it had something to do with a ritual gone bad in a forest by a river, and on top of that, over a situation in which Westfall wanted to move on from animal sacrifice. So let me bring it back around, okay? Bringing it back around, what we get to is the fact that that was March 18, 2024, okay? By April 11, less than a month later, the Department of Child Services alleges that Click has submitted falsified reports as part of his employment. Okay, now, I've noticed something, okay, other than it's rife with typos. Okay, if you go into this probable cause affidavit for Todd Click's arrest, it's full of typos, okay? By that I mean the initials. When you're looking through all the initials, they're mixed up everywhere, okay? Which is one problem. But what's the main problem with me? Wow. There's a main problem with me, okay? And the main problem with me is there's a certain mother. Well, it's just, I don't even know how to reference or how to really. right, so let me see if I can trying to pull up the document and give you some. I'm trying to be nice here, okay? So for the moment, let me just say that I'll put it this way. MB of Batesville, Indiana, who we have identified. You know what it smells like to me reading through this? Let me lay out a situation for you. Smells to me like, let's take it back to the ISP officers, the very high ones, being furious with Mr. Click's testimony. This that you just heard, that I took the time to go through in a cursory fashion to try to give you a flavor of what the contents of his testimony was or were. You know what I think happened? I think they promoted Holman, like she's referencing here, to prop him up, give him some legitimacy. I think they then sent a team out to pound the pavement and to go to every single one of Click's clients to try and dig up errors in paperwork, slight failures to follow a strict protocol, anything they possibly could. They put out a dragnet, okay? They cast a wide net. I think they put a team together, and that team went out and went to every single client that he had serviced. And I think they found one who they offered some money to, okay? I think they said, MB, how about if we do a little something for you and you do a little something for us? So so you have to understand this all occurred within 2 weeks, possibly 3. Okay, immediately, in other words, immediately this all occurred. By April 11th, they had put together enough to issue the complaint to the OIG's office. Meaning they had everything together, kind of like you see in this PCA, spelled out, boom, 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 boom. And then they delivered it to the OIG's office. OIG office takes a look at it, and it looks really bad. But when you really look at it and dissect this thing, you know what it looks like? It looks like MB is compromised, okay? And it looks like all the other families are probably legit mistakes. It looks like they put a team together that pounded the pavement, went to everyone that he ever possibly interacted with, found enough little breadcrumbs to fabricate a PCA. You know how they do it. Then they got MB to give the mother load. Okay? Why would they do that, Prof? So they could do this. That's not an orange uniform or a favorite orange shirt that he's wearing. No, it's not. I'm absolutely positive that he does not choose of his free will to be wearing orange. Okay? Are we understanding reality here? What's really fucking going on? You see, they wanted to do this to this man because this is what he deserves for what he did. How do you know, Prof? Well, well, you got to think. You got to look at the big picture. You got to listen to what all of the bootlickers, as Rick Snay likes to call them, are saying. Okay? Now, you see, the bootlickers want you to believe that we are crazy for thinking something like this. Because they want you to believe that this would not have happened because he was not set to testify. He's been put in limine so that he was not going to be testifying in this case. Well, hold on, gaslighters. See, that's not the reasoning. That's not the reasoning. The reasoning is ruin his life. Ruin him. Not silence him in the court. That mission had already been accomplished because of our corrupt judge. Okay? So this is not about keeping his mouth sealed in the Abby and Libby trial. This is about ruining him. What else happened March 18th? Well, Nick needed to bring someone in to handle oral arguments. He only handled the contempt. Yes, because that was his mission. Which failed, by the way. Just like this will. Okay. All right. Now, two, Steve Wood was asked whose fake source was. He said the prosecutor, Nick McLeland. Remember Skip? Skip came. We had Skip's information. He gave me all his information, and then I read the transcripts for you, which I would be glad to do again. Mullins testified to not putting dates on reports. Yes, because what they did with all discovery, let me tell you what they did. They took the entire discovery digitally. They threw it into the air like confetti and let it fall back down into all of the hard drives so that the defense would have an impossible puzzle to piece together with nothing labeled properly, with everything out of order and spread out over a voluminous drives. Okay? 4, no investigator of the leak viewed the contents of the email to Woodhouse. Best answer was given by Mullins. I didn't have time for that. I was too busy with other things. The mail was 4 lines, yet these detectives watched hours of Brandon's Woodhouse YouTube channel. The reasons they were asked if they read the emails because the email was addressed to Brad Rozzi, not Brandon Woodhouse. Not a single person testified to ever viewing the contents of the contempt email. Unreal. Win for Baldwin and Rozzi. Not only that, Holman did not investigate Tyler Carpenter at all to figure out where the photos actually came from. Other mission, we'll get back to the leaks in the next episode. Johnny Messer's cell phone has been obtained from the time of the murders. Yes, and it was wiped clean, blank. Get it? Todd Click was unreal on the stand. Oh my God, he's going to kill it during trial. Like, I have no words. Sorry. This I want you to look. That's midway, the lower third of the page. Todd Click was unreal on the stand. Oh my God, he's going to kill it during trial. Like, I have no words. Yeah, but what do we have now? Okay. Doug Carter has the tightest bunghole. Who did I say to you was angry and head was exploding? Jerry Holman, Doug Carter. Number 6, maybe. They are missing all interviews from April 28th to June 30th, as well as the first week of the investigation. I mean, like, they have no recorded interviews. The prosecution didn't meet its burden, in my opinion, with anything Gall let in. Gall let in hella hearsay between a dead man and Westerman. Of course she would. No messages surfaced during the hearing between Westerman or Baldwin, nor was there any direct evidence of violating a gag order or protective order, which would have equaled contempt. So I believe this is a wash all the way around. Yes, great job, great girl. And listen, be reminded that when our unhinged, shameful judge issued the order which denied the contempt, she spent the first half of that slandering Baldwin and Rozzi, calling them sloppy, negligent, blah, 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 beat them to the pavement. Okay? But then turned around and said, however, I can't issue contempt because Steve Wood made it impossible thanks to Fig Solves. Okay? So, does that cover the Todd Click well enough for you guys? I'm sure we'll get back to him later. Okay. I thought it'd be done in 10 minutes. That was an hour. Okay, that's Todd Click. Now, next up, you may remember, since it's very fresh, you may remember that the other news is that our troll farm stalkers took it upon themselves to stalk, harass, and slander Kathy Allen, the wife of our defendant, herself, who may be a witness in this trial. How did they do that, Prof? Well, they positioned themselves strategically, as they always do. This is their MO. They parked their vehicle in between the line of travel between the doors of the courthouse that anyone would be exiting and the individual's vehicle. This is what they always do. What they then did was, as they saw our victims approaching, they whipped out a camera, a cell phone, and started recording. And then kept recording. Lured over our victims, our potential future witnesses in the trial of Richard Allen for the murders of 2 young girls. They proceeded to antagonize, harass, question, record, then publish, slander, shame, and threaten Kathy Allen. They did videos, which are documented and recorded, by the way. They did postings all over social media, alleging all sorts of things about Kathy Allen, a witness in the trial of the state of Indiana v. Richard Allen over the murder of two baby girls, Abigail Williams and Liberty German, they stated that the goal of doing so was to get inside the defendant's head and make him feel alone, like his wife, the last person who believed him, no longer believed in him, in order to manipulate or twist him into a plea deal or further confessions or cooperation with the prosecutor. Yeah, they did that. And they proudly announced it on several channels. And yes, it is all documented. So not only did that happen, but many of us stood up and said, no, this doesn't smell right. It doesn't smell right. It doesn't smell like the things that you are saying match the things that she would have said. It smells like you're taking things that she did say, twisting them, blowing them out of proportion, elaborating, insinuating, slandering, in order to push a narrative to accomplish your goal of interfering with the mind state of the defendant in order to coerce him, like he's already been coerced, into further confessions, cooperation, or a plea deal. Now, an interesting thing happened is that Miss Allen decided she was going to put her foot down. What do you mean, Prof? I mean, she sought an individual to make an official statement for her. Okay? So let's take a little look at this official statement. The following is in response to questions directed to Kathy Allen. My name is Dave Cloutier. I've been a licensed attorney in Indiana for over 28 years, practicing in South Bend and handling personal injury and wrongful death cases, primarily in North Central Indiana. I can confirm that I am privileged to represent Kathy on a pro bono basis with respect to advising her about protecting her interests related to the publicity surrounding the State v. Allen case, in which Kathy's husband Rick is accused of the tragic murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. Kathy and I were brought together by a mutual acquaintance who, as a professional, felt strongly that Kathy needed advice and representation for herself. Yes, because she's being assaulted by the troll farm. But it gets better. Over several months, I have gotten to know Kathy very well. She is under incredible stress and has handled it with grace, dignity, and goodwill. It has been a privilege to get to know someone with Kathy's strength. Kathy and I both have complete sympathy for the family of Abby and Libby, and for all the people of Delphi. It's difficult to imagine how hard it must be for the families who deal with this loss and the unspeakable nature of what happened to Libby and Abby. For various reasons, Kathy has scrupulously avoided public comment of any kind. She's doing the right thing. Even in the face of repeated false claims and misinformation, both generally and specifically related to her, and that means the troll farm. Kathy has no desire to do or say anything to prejudice any party's rights related to the upcoming trial. Oh, like the opposite of our bootlicking, compromised troll farm narrative pushers. She has also been very careful to avoid doing or saying anything to add any pain or anxiety to the families of Abby and Libby. However, recently, Kathy was contacted by the murder shits, from whom she learned of a claim by an unknown person or persons about Kathy's marriage. Oh, let's name them. Let's name them: Sarah Elrod Osbrook, Kimberly Stravarkis Withers, and Courtney Barris. And throw Tammy Kirby in there too. And here's the question Murder Sheet asked. Did Kathy consider her marriage to Rick to be over and now believes his alleged confessions? Relatedly, it was asked of Kathy whether she had some kind of recent change of heart. And it is on that basis going around saying these things. So, here we go. This is the statement of Miss Kathy Allen in the red box. Kathy's answer to these questions is most definitely and emphatically no. Kathy's marriage has certainly been profoundly affected by Rick's incarceration, and both of them are suffering immense stress. Yeah, you don't say. Let me take your husband and put him in Westville for 2 years and see how your marriage is doing. Kathy loves her husband, believes in the sanctity of marriage vows, and believes that the same presumption of innocence our legal system gives to Rick should be given in equal measure by her to the husband she loves. Could that have been stated any better? I would like to get to know this attorney. Based on his use of language, I think he's a very conscientious individual and a compassionate and humble human being. As to her husband's alleged confessions, it is not true that Kathy now believes them. But at this time, Kathy will limit her response to just that. Finally, she has not been going around telling people these things. Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Is anybody there? Troll Farm. Troll Farm calling. Now, Kathy certainly has strong opinions and much to say about these matters more broadly. Perhaps in the very near future or further down the road, she may be willing to say more, especially after trial. But for the time being, she is only responding to the direct questions asked that do not relate to the facts of the case, but do relate to Kathy herself and her reputation. Yes, because she's also under the gag order. With malice towards no one, Kathy prays for justice and for healing for all innocent people affected by the murders of Libby and Abby. That means us as well. Think of the conscientiousness of this person writing this. Kathy prays for justice and for healing for all innocent people affected by the murders of Libby and Abby. She's also extremely grateful to Rick's defense team of lawyers, their staff, and investigators. They have been courteous and kind to her and very conscientious about representing her husband. Shame. Shame on these people. Shame on them. They deserve the shame. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. I'll throw some of your comments up. Just throwing these. I love you people in my chat. You guys are so good-hearted, kind-hearted, beautiful, and conscientious. I just love you. Thank you for the wonderful comments here. I wish I could just read them all and give my voice a break. There you go. Okay. Thank you so much for your commentary. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. Let's see. We have to keep moving. There's a lot. With all the YouTubers covering this case and all the viewers who are following this case, we should be able to pull up our resources and do something about this. Maybe we can contact the U.S. Attorney General. What's up, Noe Amos? What's up, Zero Cool? Thank you guys for coming into the chat. Please continue to add to the chat. Hello, Heart Candy. Hello, Gina Bodette. You're not here for the end. You're here for the second half. We have a lot left. Sorry. I'm just covering the news of the week. I said the first half is the news of the week. Okay. God bless you, Heavy Metal Rehab. You girls, you have wonderful hearts. I didn't start following this case until shortly after the photos of Rick came out looking sickly. I pray for justice, true justice, or else this will haunt me for a very long time. All right. All right. Thank you guys for being awesome. Thanks for saying hi to Noe. Yeah, guys, please, Amy's putting up my support pathways. Please support the channel. I do appreciate it very much. I appreciate you here as well, especially in the chat. Pardon me. Okay. All right, so let's move on, because there's more shame to go around. I want to bring out this hit from April 23rd. You guys, I know how the news moves so fast in this news cycle of our world. It moves so fast that April seems like ages ago, but it really wasn't. But on April 14, 2024, savasgun@gmail.com wrote, "Judge, let cameras in the courtroom so at least we can see what happens in there. Given how horribly biased you are and the abusing your power, we do not have a shred of trust for you. You must have recused yourself long ago and not babysit the corrupt prosecution and law enforcement. What a despicable human being you are. Shame. Shame. Shame." All right. So listen. Wusa. That covers our first part of the presentation. Now we're getting into terrible, terrible grammar, but point taken. Okay. Now it's time for us to get into the important thing. So I hope that very well addresses all the gaslighting in this past week around Todd Click and Kathy Allen. Okay. Now, I would like to get into now the truth about Delphi. It's the title of our show tonight, The Storm. And I titled it such because we have a storm that's occurring right now in the Gulf of Mexico, but we also have a storm, which is this case. Okay, so we are going to thank you, Sandy. We're going to get into the case tonight. Justice is coming, the age of Aquarius, a time when truth is being revealed to those who are able to discern it. Obviously, the trolls aren't ready to exit this matrix. Okay, God bless you guys. So, yeah. All right. So listen, I really hope that my slides are in perfect order, because I like that. I'm a little bit of a stickler for that. But I'm sure here and there may be some outliers. So, in the case that they're not in perfect order, I will be somewhat disappointed. But we'll be getting into some things I want to share with you and some talk about the case. And if you're in the lurker crew, join the chat. The chat is a wonderful place. This is where I really want you guys to invest in the chat. Thank you, Rebby Lee. Look at this wonderful Rebby Lee. Thank you for the Cash App, Canadian $4. Thank you so much, newbie here. Thank you for educating. It's what I do best, is at least on YouTube. So listen, thank you so much. And so I want to get into the case. And this is where I really would like you to invest in the chat tonight. Join the chat. Elaborate upon the points we're going to be addressing. There's a reason that I'm going to present the following material, because in a general way, this will be a summary of my idea about the truth about Delphi. And there's so much that it's almost impossible. Okay. But we'll be getting started. So you guys may be familiar with the triangle theory that Noe and I and Mr. Retired Master Trooper Joe Swisher often speak about, is our triangle theory, which is the basic idea that the majority of what happened to the girls took place within the bounds of this triangle you're looking at. Okay. So this includes some of the places may be familiar to you, like the High Bridge, which is dead center bottom. Okay. And Deer Creek, which kind of goes through the lower portion. But some places may not be familiar to some of you. Like at the apex of the triangle here is the Andersons, where I think a lookout was stationed. The far right of the triangle is the Wilson Bridge, where I think the initial assault on the girls took place. The far left corner is Riley Park, where I believe a bunch of fuckery was going on. Okay, so I'm trying to orient you with maps right now. So please understand the maps that I am trying to help orient you with right now. So right here, you're going to see Riley Park in the center of your screen. Okay, you're going to see Deer Creek. You're also going to see at the lower bottom Marathon Gas Station. You know, the place from which we have destroyed evidence that in the form of video that would have proven who were at that gas station and who passed the gas station at some very important times. I put an arrow going from the Marathon gas station at the bottom of your screen to the entrance of Riley Park in the middle of your screen. Okay. Furthermore, you'll see the Farm Bureau building, which is 204 North Washington. In the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you have the Farm Bureau building. Okay. You also will see an arrow that points from the Farm Bureau building down to Riley Park. Reason being, I am trying to show you the proximity of the Farm Bureau building to the entrance of the trails at Riley Park. I am trying to show you that it would be possible to walk a mere 4 blocks to enter Riley Park and then enter the trail system. Okay? So this is a bit of orientation for you. Here's a close-up of Riley Park. Okay, that's all it is. Showing you that there's a creek. There's the park with multiple places to park your vehicle. And there's an entrance to the trail system. On both sides, actually. Okay, hopefully that orients you. I'm going to furthermore show you another map. This is a map of a footpathway that one could take from High Bridge over to Wilson Bridge. That's all it is. Nothing more than that. It shows that should you exit the High Bridge and go on to Weber property and then on to Edging's property, and then on and on and on, all the way to Brown's property, you'll end up at Wilson Bridge. It's 2,360 yards approximately, which is 1.33 miles. I'm sure many of you realize that it's not hard to walk 1.33 miles. Okay, why am I showing you that? Well, because it's my belief that the victims may have traversed this yellow pathway from High Bridge, leaving their original location, if they were ever there, to Wilson Bridge, which means suddenly we have another bridge in play. Okay? All right. So, next map I will show you. You will see there's an oddity here, which is that there is a blue marker pen at the intersection of 575 and 300 North at the creek. Well, what's interesting about this is, according to the Ron Logan PCA, the victim's phone arrived at this location, marked by the blue dot, at approximately 1 p.m., which was also echoed by ISP Officer Riley, who also made the statement that the girls arrived at approximately 1 p.m. And so the oddity here is that when the girls were first covered by media, this was the location given. when it was announced that their bodies were found on the banks of the creek, one half in the water. This is the location that was also tagged. So the location of drop-off at approximately 1 in the early days and the location of finding of the bodies was both marked by this blue pen. The next is a map of the Deer Creek Rural Historic District, which oddly enough includes every place I think those girls were during this crime. If you ignore the upper half of the schematic here and focus on the portion of the map on the lower half that follows the creek, you will notice some highlights. And you'll notice that things have not changed for quite a while. You'll notice a Mears property. You'll notice a Logan property. You'll notice High Bridge. You'll notice Delphi Morning Heights Cemetery. You'll notice Wilson Culvert. You'll notice Wilson Bridge. You'll notice Brown's property. All of these places are still there. All of these places have not changed. The only thing missing from this map is the former Wilson's Cave, which has collapsed many years ago and no longer exists as it used to. But that's okay, because despite the troll farm's slanderous, discrediting allegations, my statement is that the girls may have been placed near or in Wilson's Culvert, which I refer to jokingly as the cave. Okay? It's very odd as well that you'll see McCain listed at number 1 here, because McCain family has led the charge to obtain funding into the tune of millions upon millions of dollars for this very thing you are looking at, which is the establishment, creation, and maintenance of the Deer Creek Rural Historic District. I find it odd that we have a major, strange, involved double murder in this very place. Okay? Thank you, Noe. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry if I'm not keeping up with the chat. Okay, I'm walking you through these maps here. I'm just trying to walk you through some context. Now, here's another interesting one. All right. Now, this is Richard Allen's home, which is approximately a mile from the bridge. Oddly enough, there are some dates and another individual here. December 6th to present, you see Richard Allen. And 2 houses over, you'll see Cody Patty. Okay? Now we're going to establish some more context. This is a statement from one of the very first searchers. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Nancy Drew, welcome in. Gina, welcome in. Everyone who's coming in, welcome in. Just James, Dick Redshirt, Monday. Anyone else? Deborah, all of you lovely people coming in, thank you for coming in. I hope you're getting something from this. We have a long way to go, so I'm not going to talk to the chat much, but please, please enjoy the chat, and please comment upon what I'm presenting so that you can help future viewers with some context. But this is Eric Williams' statement. Now, what is this, Prof? Well, this is Eric Williams' statement about the distance. So we can get an idea, at least a rough idea, about the distance of what Eric Williams was describing that I'm going to show to you momentarily. He says, it was about 1,000 yards or so from the bridge and farther back. Okay, so remember when I show you this map, okay, think about this. Let me go back to it. I'm sorry, I'm jumping. Let's see. Let's go back to this map. Is it this one? Okay, remember this is 2,300 yards. Okay, so for an individual like Eric, roughly estimating, you could say that 1,000 yards or so and farther back would be exactly along this line. Okay? Or on the other side of the creek. Okay? So basically somewhere along this yellow line, farther away from the high bridge, he's talking about, because this is 2,300 yards, he's talking about approximately 1,000 yards. But you know, when you're traversing that, your judgment is off. So he could have meant anywhere from 800 yards to 2,000 yards, anywhere in here. Because remember, he's roughly estimating, he's frantically searching, allegedly, for some girls. He may be wrong in his estimation. But the basic premise is that it's not 10 yards from the high bridge he's talking about. It's not 10 yards from the crime scene. It's not 10 yards, 20 yards. He's talking about almost 1,000 yards or approximately or something. So it's a long way, not a close way. Get what I'm saying? Good, good, okay. So let me move on. Let's get back. Okay, what is he describing, Prof? Well, in my opinion, this is what he's describing. And you'll get to some of his statements later. This is what I refer to as the meth shack or the hut. Why do I call it a meth shack? Well, let's think. There's all the necessary equipment for cooking meth right there in the center. You see the bucket? You see all the blow-off jugs? There's some tubing. There's everything you would need, or a bunch of elements you would need for a little setup. Okay. Not only that, notice the bones hanging from bungee cords or parachute cords. Okay. All right. There you go. The shack, also affectionately known as the hut. Okay. You'll see some more bones. Creepy ass shit put up in trees. Remember, he said put up in trees, not, he said hanging from trees and put up in trees. Here you'll see a pallet which was used as a table in this shack when they were transacting meth deals, with chains that would have been used as catalyst for crystallization in the bucket, and a pick that would have been used to pick off crystals from a larger crystallization. That's why the pick is there. It's like an ice pick. Okay. All right. I believe this entire setup was at Wilson Bridge in the woods. I've been very clear about that. No, I do not believe Eric took these photos. He said he didn't take them. I believe law enforcement took these photos on a tripod. These photos are perfectly framed. They're perfectly staged. This scene is not how it was found, it's how it was staged. If you study these carefully, items move around. It's a professional photographer Everything is perfectly framed, perfectly staged, perfectly focused, and everything is perfectly level on a tripod. It's my belief that law enforcement leaked these in the early days. Okay. One moment. All right. So, now let's take a look. Now, before I move on to the next slide, please look at this. Okay, get the vibe. You guys are good with vibrations? Are you guys good with vibrations? Okay. That's not a yellow rope, ladies and gentlemen. That is what you're seeing hanging in that photo is a piece of tubing. There's tubing. And what you're seeing around the pick is not yellow rope. It's someone has, for some reason, someone has decided to circle it with yellow, circle the ice pick, or it's a hot dog cooker or whatever, but they've circled it. Now, did they circle it in yellow to add the rope to the scene? I don't know, but I'm saying feel the vibrations. Okay. Now, with those vibrations of this, okay, look at this. These are the sticks that were on the bodies of our girls. Okay. Now, I chose to use this particular screenshot so that I could address one of our trolls, one of the lap dogs of Becky Patty. Another lunatic, she says, who received the crime scene pictures. Yes, I did. And wants his audience to think he's going to show them. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. This is not about wanting to think. This is about transparency. This is how I show you that those sticks didn't fall on the bodies, Kimberly. Okay. The reason I showed these images and I took the time to cut them off of the dead bodies of our girls is to absolutely prove to my audience that these sticks did not fall on the bodies of our girls. So let's stop the gaslight and the hate and the attacks. I'm not a lunatic. I did receive the crime scene photos, and I said that from the very beginning. Do I want my audience to think I'm going to show them? No, I did not, because I've never shown those photos. I've never sent them to one other person, and I never would. This particular man is mentally challenged. Oh, you don't say. I believe you are. And is desperate for attention. No, I don't need the attention that I've received, which is death threats, threats to my family, endless trolling, doxing, harassment, clicks. No, I don't need the clicks. I get the clicks whether I come on or not, okay? And subscribers, you know what? The subscribers come, sweet cheeks. Subscribers don't make you money. Hello? YouTube is no longer a respectable medium. Well, I'll give you that. All baiting for money. No, no. I don't need your money, Kim. Keep your money. And of course, Christy Miller jumps on the slander fest, and so do 5 others. Can these people not get in trouble for showing those pictures? This is crazy. Yes, they can get in trouble for showing and sharing those pictures. But guess what? Prof never did it, because I would never do that. I actually told everyone not to do that. And I have evidence that I said that. It was on a show. Okay. So, the vibes is what I was getting at. The vibes of this, okay? The vibes, the vibes, the vibes, and the vibes. Okay, you get it? And think about this vibes. Okay. Let's read this. This is Eric Williams. Let's read. I walked them woods, and what I seen was horrifying piles of animal bones and multiple types of animals, deer heads hanging in multiple trees. This crime was practiced on animals and led to human life. All the evidence is or was there. What did Amber Holder say? That Patrick Westphal wanted to move on from animal sacrifice. Is that making sense that there would be bones? Animal sacrifice, there would be bones on multiple trees and heads and all this shit, right? And don't we see bones? Wait, let's go back. Let's go back because Prof's crazy. Let's look at a bone. Oh, is that a bone? How about this one? Is this a bone? Okay. I pointed it out to the police at their search party, but no one seemed concerned that there was quad tracks leading away from the bridge to a farmhouse. Again, officials seem to not care. Then they have audio and DNA but can't match him. They know who he is and refuse to charge him for the fact that it will ruin a family name that has status in Carroll County. Well, those pictures are fake. Where did they come from, Prof? Someone wrote that they came from Lafayette, one of the troll farm, trying to gaslight. No, listen. The original source says this: blah blah blah. My husband in. Look at that. Is that the word Lafayette or is that the word Delphi? How many letters are in that redacted word? There were dozens of various bones hanging from trees in at least 100-foot radius of the hut. Pics to follow. Oh, well, guess what? Isn't that just what he said? There were dozens of various bones hanging from trees at least 100-foot radius. I walked in them woods, horrifying piles of animal bones, multiple types of deer heads hanging in multiple trees. Okay? What is this? This is the cave. This is the cave, Wilson's Culvert. This is what I call the cave. This is what Master Trooper Joe calls the cave. Okay? This is what Noe calls the cave. You understand? I hope everyone understands. Okay, this is the storm. The storm is upon us. Now let's continue, because the storm gets very bad. Okay. The storm gets very bad, guys. I am apologizing in advance how bad the storm is. Okay. Sorry, True Justice. I hope you take care of yourself. I'm really going to hope and pray that you're okay. Okay. McLeland's related to the family. Look, let's be clear here. Okay. McLeland's related to the family. This is something I haven't stated yet. I might as well go ahead and say it because I haven't said it yet, but it's highly concerning. And I don't think many of you know this, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you know who Brad German is. Brad German. Put a 1 in the chat. Okay, Brad German's wife is related to Nicholas McLeland. You get it? Is that clear enough? Terry German was Terry McLeland. Get it? Brad German, Terry German, Nicholas McLeland. I believe that's a conflict of interest. It's my opinion, though. My opinion, it's a conflict of interest for McLeland to be prosecuting this case. Okay? Do you know that? Okay, good. I'm just that you know. McLeland is related to the family. It's not a rumor. Okay? At least that's what the internet says. All right, so back to our slideshow. Sorry about that. That was a little aside. Okay. Conflict of interest, Nicholas McLeland. Sorry. All right, so we're going to go back to our slideshow here. Let me take a look at it. With my glasses, I got to have it in my face here. Okay, so what are we looking at now? Well, bad shit. This is the storm. Okay. This is the shit hitting the fan. The fan. Okay. This says, do not repeat ever, but GPS coordinates on video, bridge guy video. Put it in the parking lot of the WIC office, which is 10 minutes away by car. What do they mean by that? Farm Bureau building. Okay. Remember I showed you how close it was, a 4-block walk from the map I showed you? Okay. Notice another oddity here. We got Pizza King. We got Pizza King. We got Pizza King. Merely a block away. How does Libby's video show GPS coordinates of 204 North Washington, a block away from Pizza King? Is this what we're going to learn in trial? Is this what we're going to learn in trial that's going to derail the entire thing? I don't know. But how do those GPS coordinates show that that video somehow is attached to 204 North Washington, i.e. a block from Pizza King? Isn't that where Richard Allen said he parked? Remember Richard Allen said he parked at the Farm Bureau building? Well, this is the Farm Bureau building. Okay. This is the Marathon gas station. Okay. So that's some setting for you. And one other, you remember I was showing you the maps to establish context for you? Okay, maps and photos here. Okay, here we go to another one. This is where the trail splits. Now, remember that I said to you, there's absolutely no way they would have ever missed those girls' bodies if they had been there in the daylight hours from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. They also would have not missed them if they used flashlights from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m., 6 a.m. They also would have not missed them from 6 a.m. to noon in broad daylight. Why, Prof? Well, I'll tell you why. Thanks for asking. You see what you're looking at here? This is the immediate entrance to two places. If you go right on the sidewalk, that's the beginning of the high bridge. The high bridge starts right there. You see the little, you see the little, I don't know, the little camera shack or whatever the hell it's called. Okay, this is at the bridge. Now you see, if you follow this little trail that goes this way, the little trail that's gravel that cuts off, guess where that goes? Right to the crime scene. I mean, where the bodies were found. So you tell me, if your girls are missing and you have hundreds of people out here searching where these girls you last know they were, how would anyone not go down this side trail that's a very clear trail? Day or night. How did anyone miss seeing those girls? Do you remember when Noe, just the other day on my little live, Noe went to the edge of the hill that looks down upon the ravine and the crime scene? How would anyone have missed those bodies? Well, there's only one way they would have missed those bodies, is that they were not there. The only way those bodies would have been missed is that they were not there. Okay? So, how does Richard Allen kill these two girls, lone wolf, leave them there at 3:30 p.m., and then they not be there from that point until noon? Someone want to explain that? Anyway, if you're missing the Noe doing that, it's easily findable. It's called A Beautiful Day in Delphi, I believe. It's just the other day he went live and he walked you right to that precipice. Okay. Welcome in, Adrian, and anyone else who's come in. Thanks for coming in. Hard Candy, Fabby Lash, all you guys coming in. Thank you for coming in. Sunflower, hey, I see you. All right. Well, since we're talking about this crime, all right, let me pull up my next screen slideshow. Just a moment. You know it's hard. It's always a problem for me. See if I can get this one. All right, so just a moment. So here we have Mr. Burston. Thank you, Rebecca Ann. Thank you. Here we have Burston saying that one of the parents dropped off Abby and Libby. Well, hold on. Was this a mistake? Did he slip up? Was it a slip of the tongue? Was it a Freudian slip? What kind of slip was this? Was it intentional? I mean, one of the parents, hold on. I thought the sister dropped them off. Well, it kind of makes sense because another question, what do we have on video? You have a car resembling the sisters passing on the Harvest Store video? What do they have on video? Do they have the license plate of the car ensuring that it is her or her car? Do they have clear enough clarity to see who's the driver of the car is? Does it show who is driving the car? Are they able to definitively say who's the driver of the car and whose car it is? Is there a license plate and a face of the driver? And furthermore, is there anyone else in the car other than a driver? Does the Harvest Store video show a car passing with passengers? It gets worse. Since we're speaking of slips, okay, let's talk about slip-ups. I've highlighted for you something. And so I called Mike and said, hey, Libby's not answering your phone. What? Is this another slip-up? Is this a Freudian slip? Is it a true slip-up? Is it the truth? You know Libby's not answering your phone. Has anyone ever caught that? Welcome in, Indy Cindy and Rick H. and whoever else is coming in. I just love seeing you all in the chat. Thank you for being here. I mean, have you seen this? Indy Cindy, hello. Oh, let's get some more. David, you told me you found the girls, and I just want to confirm the second person with you was Ivan and the third was a lady. No, my sister's husband. Okay. And then we called 2 county deputies, Drew Yoder and Darren Giannicola. Okay, so David, his sister's husband, and Yoder and Giannicola. I don't know. Is that true? Since we're talking about drop-off. Since we're talking about this initial phase, let's take note of vehicles. Betsy Blair advised when she was leaving, she noted a vehicle. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't silence my phone. All right. Well, remember what Profi Pooh said. This PCA is a work of Satan. It really is. Liggett intentionally omitted her description of the vehicle she saw. And you guys already know that if you watch. The vehicle she saw resembled a 1965 Mercury Comet, one similar to a vehicle her father owned, one which she drew to exhibit the sharp angles of a 1965 Mercury Comet. Okay? Terry Wilson stated he observed a purple PT Cruiser or small SUV. Wesley McWhirter says he remembered seeing a smaller dark colored car, possibly a smart car. Okay. I'll leave it at that. I'll not address the descriptions of the people because we know all of those are conflicting as well. Remember? I'll just move on because there's no way to beat this into the ground. All right. You guys see the trolls coming in? Okay. Well, here's from the Journal and Courier. Journal and Courier. Just before 7 p.m. Wednesday, ISP released a photo of a subject reportedly walking on a bridge at the trail system at the time of the girl's disappearance. It says Indiana police are asking for the public's help identifying a man captured by a trail camera. Huh. How many oddities can one case have? Is it from a trail camera? And was it then manipulated and added to the phone? The phone was left as part of the staging. You know that. Why was that phone left with this image on it? Why was the phone turned off and on if it was? Was it Mike's phone? Thank you very much, Love Songs. Thank you very much. Eric Williams said, I can tell you this. I believe it was an inside job. All these cops from this area are corrupt and deserve nothing but total reformation and prison time with the ones they put in. None of this is surprising. I've been calling out the officials of Carroll County for some time, and there's a lot of corruption going on in Carroll County. I've known Tobe my whole life, and he's definitely one that is crooked and corrupted and evil and is involved in more than what people realize. His wife is involved in a lot of corrupted things, and I believe she is a witch and been in trouble for drugs herself. Unfortunately, that is easy to believe. There's no way that gangs can roam free the way they do in Delphi without the police looking the other way. Most of the cops there in Carroll County are crooked and no good, and they all cover one another's back. Is there a particular reason they chased Carrie out of town? Yes. Did she know too much? Yes. She too honest? Yes. Something in me screams that it's not just that she hurt their precious perfect boy. Tobe was supposed to be related somehow to Ron Logan, and Ron was allowing, or so I've been told, letting drug dealers go down on his land to make their drugs. In return, Ron and Tobe Moore being paid off to keep their mouths shut. In fact, whenever Kay Weber would call about suspicious lights or people being out there, the cops never showed up. In fact, she called the night before the 13th to report seeing a lot of lights, and they never showed up. You know, when the fucking party was going down with all the Kokomo crew. We'll get to that. I've been out there on the trail after the girls died, seen a few different people, and watched a drug deal go down out of 300 across from the Mears. That's the area, and there's other areas around Delphi off the trails where people meet up and do their drug deals. How could they use Kay Weber's property to travel back and forth? My theory is they use canoes from the creek behind Kay Weber's to get across the creek. Nope. That would be Wilson's Bridge. And there's more than one or two ways in and out of Kay's side. In fact, there's about 13 ways in and out of there. And remember Doug Carter actually saying that? Do you guys remember? Someone in the chat, please put if you remember Doug Carter's quote about there being multiple ways in and out of there, or however he said it. I did a video once about it. You can also go off of 200 in the old railroad track and drive right up below Kay's property and to the bridge. There's also underground tunnels around there too. They've been sealed off, and you don't certainly have to have a canoe because you can walk to the other side of that river from wherever you want to start and still get to the bridge. Yep. Yep, Noe. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for these comments. I'm trying to put them all up. There's so many. All right. Here we go. Tobe was a suspect, but nothing ever happened. Then Kevin called him out and he was killed in a road rage accident. Road rage accident. Tobe, now a deputy sheriff, investigated and found no foul. No arrest was made. Then Tobe is now sheriff. Then another double homicide in 2017 involving the same family. He's a suspect again. No arrest. Some people are saying it's weird that no one was on the bridge looking for the girls at the time you guys were there, and they were wondering why. I thought it was weird, too, that no one was looking for them at 4. Cheyenne says, nope, they were just sitting in the car. If it was my son missing, I'd be asking people leaving if they seen him. They didn't say anything to us. Yeah, that's so weird. Don't post this on there, but I looked over at my friend and said out loud, that's sketchy. Looks like a drug deal. Thanks. You remember Carter saying that? Yeah, he said there's multiple points of access, I believe is the phrase he used. Yeah, right, Amy. Good job. Good job. Good job. It's a new day. Yeah. That's somewhat what he said. But same exact point, right? This is not Thank you, Love Songs. Okay. Let me continue to read, please. HLN Down the Hill podcast, marker 2405 in part 1. Quote, in the very early hours of the 14th of February, not long after the official search had been called off for the night, Sheriff Tobe Leazenby was notified that a cell tower had picked up a signal from one of the girls' cell phones from near the area of the Monon High Bridge, about 2:30 a.m. You guys remember the 2 a.m. scream? You guys remember the 2 a.m. scream? The horror scream? Don't worry, we have the witness's name, we have the documentation, the 2:30 horror scream in which our witnesses called the police and they said, the cops are too busy. Oh, well, odd, because by 2:30 a.m., shortly after the deadly scream, Leazenby called Daryl Sterrett, the former Delphi fire chief, to go back to the Monon High Bridge and resume searching. They searched for a couple hours but didn't find the phone. Here's what the fire chief said. I believe we were out till 1:30 in the morning, and I finally met up with the sheriff and the chief of police and said, my guys are volunteers. They have to go to work in the morning. A commentator said, in the very early hours of the 14th of February, not long after the official search has been called off for the night, Sheriff Tobe Leazenby was notified that a cell tower was picked up a signal from one of the girls' cells. Fire chief says, I got a call, at 2:30 from the sheriff, and they were wanting some lighting to go out and see if we could find the cell phone because the latest ping was coming back to the area of the High Bridge. A few of us went back out to help search for the cell phone, and we didn't find anything. Yeah, but did you move the bodies? All right. Thank you guys so much. Sugar Creek, Deer Creek, yeah. I mean, how many slip-ups are these people making? How many errors? I mean, what's really going on? Why all the fucking confusion, the tentacles, the complexity? Okay. Okay. Oh. Kelsey admitted one time, she said her and her friend would mess with Libby pretending to be a boy, catfish. She indicated it was only for a week at a time, off and on. Catfishing. Okay. I don't know why that one's out of order, to be honest with you. That would go somewhere else. But hey, I gave it to you. It's done. There's no putting it back. Okay. Tina Rodell says Danny Fasnot is an anhydrous supplier for the Florida area, and Jim Prater and him killed Tammy Birdsell. They shot her and said she committed suicide, apparently covered up. Tina said her Uncle John is a meth addict too, but I don't know his last name. It's either Rodell or another I can't think of. Pedro Ortega is Tina's Mexican stepdad. He's somehow filthy rich now. I think he's cartel. Not Ortega. I think it's Ortegan or something like that. This are these. These are the contents of Gabe Ellis's trunk when he was stopped February 17th, 3 days after their murders, or after they're found or murdered. Cash, a monocular scope, night vision scope, binoculars, bipod, rifle scope, rifle flashlight, trail cameras, a drone, and the car. All of these things are found on Gabe Ellis when arrested just a couple days after Abby and Libby are murdered, February 17th. I just want to say this because this is beyond the scope of the original poster, which covers unique period, but there's even a hunter stand overlooking High Bridge. Okay. Nothing here. Nothing to see here. Okay. Pause. Pause. I have to take a pause. Okay. All right. So, pardon me. I was looking for that on the list. A night vision camera. I would also think walkie-talkies and body cams will be used too. Yeah, and they possibly took the trail cameras. I mean, what's going on? What's going on here? Because remember, when we get to Tina Rodell's, Tina said Gabe was the one who picked up the daughter. Gabe was with all those guys out there in the hours prior to this alleged crime. Remember this, the fucking sketches, okay? Pardon me. You remember? Do you remember the sketches? They are not the same person. The person depicted in the originally released sketch is not presently a person of interest. The new sketch is representative of the face of the person captured in the video. Well, how is that? That looks nothing like the man in the video. He's described as having a youthful appearance, 20s to 30s. Interesting, because wasn't the other guy's 40s to 50s? Well, what's interesting about this, okay, let me do a little speech here. Because sometimes you do get actual whistleblowers, right? Are we right or wrong? Do whistleblowers potentially periodically come up? I mean, don't whistleblowers occur periodically? So if whistleblowers occur periodically, and if this thing is so contentious that the sketches are not the same person in 2019 immediately when they are released, when the new sketch is released in 2019, the young guy sketch, the old guy sketch is now irrelevant, and the young guy sketch is now the face of the person in the video. Okay. And ISP says they're not the same person. And actually, the old guy, he's 20 years older and not even a person of interest, right? Very confusing to people. So confusing that this document was released. Well, now, why is Doug Carter and Jerry Holman saying that now they don't know about this? Now they don't know about this. So now Doug Carter and Jerry Holman deny this document. Can someone explain that? But it gets better, because what if we have a whistleblower? What if we have a Reddit whistleblower? Let's listen to this. I have not signed a non-disclosure agreement. Okay. B10943 asks, can you go more into this quote? The original leads are believed to be the victim of disinformation used by the suspect to throw police off. This same thing, however, came to bit him. What evidence led you to believe that? Okay, so first let's break down that question. Let's break down with a microscope that statement. The original leads are believed to be the victim of disinformation used by the suspect to throw police off. Hold on. That's troll farm. That's narrative steering. That's disinformation. What if it's true that the original tips were disinformation used by the guilty parties? Wow, is that why they're all deleted now? That they would lead back to the guilty parties in actuality, because the guilty parties produced a lot of the initial leads that were disinformation and it threw off police? Wow, it would make sense that there's a change of direction, wouldn't it? Gets even better. Gets even better. Listen to our whistleblower give a little more. Look, this case has a lot of collaborative mistakes, which surely have posed as a dilemma for investigators. We are looking at a potential litigation situation in some cases. This is all common sense. We know that this person has family, friends in the area. The whole idea of releasing the second sketch is to show the suspect that we are aware of him, his history in the area, and that we are changing course towards him. It may seem weird to hire a firm affiliated with a Canadian brand, but I assure you that for insurance reasons, this case has to be viewed from several angles. Many other agencies were involved in this investigation too. If I am suspect for trying to feed some fact into this crazy story, then so be it. It sounds like this person worked with law enforcement in producing that second sketch to show the suspect that we're aware of him and his history in the area. We're changing course. Sounds like the suspect also knows that there was original trolling of the investigators to provide disinformation to throw the investigators off. I believe that we may be looking at a whistleblower here. The Garden Butcher. Is this what the tentacles and the chaos and the complexity and the gang stalking was? All right, so let's move on. It's taking much longer to get through this than I thought and I expected. Now, I'm going to show you some communications now with one of the persons whom I sometimes put my head together with. You know, good friends are hard to find. Like minds are a rare thing. Even the most brilliant navigator sometimes needs guidance. So I have someone that periodically helps me with throwing ideas around. And this is going to be in follow-up to the gaslighting that people don't know what my idea of this crime is. Because I've made it very well known for more than 2 years now what my idea of this crime is. And I actually went to the lengths or the extent of writing it down, including bullet points and summaries and all this other stuff with photographs and hyperlinks in my Discord. But the troll farm ruined that for everybody because they used my Discord to cause chaos and therefore caused me to lock up the Discord and keep it for myself. But thankfully, because of that reason, I still have everything ever posted in the Discord. Just a moment. And because of that blessing, I'm sometimes able to go back and remember things I had already forgotten that had been discussed. But one thing I want to bring up are a couple pieces of a conversation in which my compatriot and I are kicking around some aspects of what at the time I was putting across as my theory of the crime. So let's go into that for a moment. Okay. So my friend says, oh my, I missed this detail. Baseline. Speculative scenario focused on Garrett Kurtz. Girls are geocaching in the woods. Stumble upon meth lab in a shack. Yes, let me say that's what I think they stumble into. Okay. Yes, with red devil lie and steel chains to catalyze the reaction. Edit. The prof suggests they stumble upon a meth deal gone bad, not just the shack, not just cooking meth. Yes, because I think the situation they stumble into is already hyper tense. Okay. Garrett Kurtz is on a 3-day meth bender. Meth and spice. He gets super paranoid, loses his shit, and dislikes girls because he thinks they will reveal the details of his meth operation. Folks, there are two witnesses. No, folks there who witnessed the crime are scared as hell of Garrett Kurtz, and or they're involved somehow and therefore accessories to murder. So everyone shuts the fuck up. Later, Garrett Kurtz de-lives Nicole Bowen because he thinks she is about to reveal details of his meth operation and or what he did to the girls. Yes. Later, Garrett Kurtz de-lives Ray Hanish. Seems to be general psychopathy rather than cover-up of Abby Libby murders based on the supposed timing of when RH met GK and AG. Garrett Kurtz and friends would stage the bodies away from the meth lab shack or gazebo. Because they want to keep making that meth money. Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth are homeless at the time and living in those woods, supposedly in a cave, but perhaps in a shack. Well, you remember the cave, don't you? Let's show it again. Have I lost it already? Let's see if I snag it. Oh, I may have lost it. Who cares? Let's see. Oh, you care. Let me get it. Is this it? Garrett Kurtz perhaps living in a cave, but perhaps a shack. Garrett Kurtz knows the area well and somehow knows Ron Logan and used to ride his horse. Knows where to stash them later and puts them on Ron Logan's property to direct suspicion away from themselves. Possibly the staging was done by more sober minds than Garrett Kurtz, by people who wanted to keep the meth money flowing and or by people who would have been implicated in Garrett Kurtz's crime. Negligence, covering up after the fact, perhaps restraining the girls, not realizing Garrett Kurtz would go psycho and not doing anything to stop Garrett Kurtz before things got out of control, etc. This is total and complete speculation, of course. Speculation 2 is a variation of speculation 1, but the sequence of events takes place earlier that weekend. Days earlier, or a day earlier. And the girls are unalived in separate situations. I know the prof will not give high marks for this scenario, so I don't spend time on it. Speculation 3 can be summarized as going to take appraisal pictures is really a cover story for going to buy meth at the bridge. Or that other bridge, Wilson Bridge, because I started tweaking and I can't fucking wait any longer, combined with fine. I would take you girls and drop you off at the trail to do your geocaching while I buy my meth. Speculation 4 is a CI gone wrong situation where family members witnessed very bad things and had some level of indirect culpability, like bringing the girls to a grown-up only party, the pig roast, where bad things happen, or dropping the girls off to take pictures while you go around the corner to buy your meth at Wilson Bridge. But the girls wind up taking pictures of the meth shack. Such that other family members felt they must create and propagate a fairy tale cover story to keep those witnesses from going to jail as accessories to a child's murder. I need to tighten these up a bit, but would love any thoughts from this group. Keep your stupid theories to yourself. Playing the devil's advocate and making sure I'm considering all angles, maybe the witnesses were somehow involved in a CI situation gone wrong. Maybe a family member was a CI, working with Ellie on a complex case with lots of tentacles, maybe with the FBI. But things didn't go according to plan and the girls become victims, poor girls. Local law enforcement does not know exactly what happened, just suspicions and definitely not enough evidence to prove things yet. So they give the witnesses some talking points thinking Ellie will be able to wrap things up quickly because after all they have these photos with and timestamps. Yes, you mean all the lying ass witnesses or the witnesses who've been manipulated and told what to say? Yes. While they don't have enough to wrap up all involved yet, they don't want their work to go with the CI to go to waste. Might they ask the witnesses to stick to a certain story when speaking publicly? You mean the family? Maybe they suggest it's the best thing to do to help a couple girls get justice, and it will only be a couple of weeks before things are wrapped up. In other words, maybe they were told to lie and parrot a fictional narrative, and they are acting in the best interest of justice. Would that explain the inconsistencies? Yes, you mean the family lying and being inconsistent? Yes, it makes sense that they may have been told to do so. Dustin Prater, Derek German, arrested for theft and improper storage following a traffic stop. Mike Thomas investigated. Prof, I really like your theory about the Wilson Bridge. I really took to Matt Sullivan's series on his playlist, The Gabe Ellis Theory. It was on Sonny Justice's channel for a while. Blaine Nelson was on a few times before he was murked. I saw Michael's interview with Blaine's mother, Tot, talking about how she believed he was hot-shotted and how she hated Sonny Justice on retaliation to me makes sense against Derek. Blaine was on Gabe's crew, but he turned himself around off meth, in fact started to mentor others to get off. When I watched Matt's 4-part series, a lot intrigued me, especially in particular the comparison of Tyler Joe French in the second sketch, Tina Rodell's ex-husband. Tina, I believe, said she saw Tyler and 4 others, Josh Lank, Garrett Kurtz, and I'm not sure the other name, walking away towards the park that day. Anyway, I think with Michael, he had started other channels by giving information which I truly believe he's passionate about, and he gets upset with hardly any recognition or perks. I could be wrong. Well, this is an amazing take you have, young lady, and I thank you for that comment, and I think everyone needs to consider it. Tina Rodell believed that there were drugs in the trunk of that car, you know, with the other shit we just listed. Do we need to go back to that shit? Maybe we should. I don't think we need to go back. You guys can retain your memory. Gabe Ellis's trunk is what I was referring to. Let's see. Is that it? She called Lesenby to tip him off. She said the men with her daughter, Megan, were Elijah Cook, Keegan Callis, Josh Weaver, Tyler Joe French, Travis Janicki possibly, and Garrett, who we believe is Garrett Kurtz. She says her son was not part of the group. Tina said her daughter called from the bridge on the 13th and that when Megan came home on the 15th, she was not in good condition. She alleges her daughter was raped and beaten by men as an initiation. It's also rumored that it was for the sons of Odin. And remember, this was the 12th and 13th at the exact same location, Monon High Bridge, in the woods, cooking meth. She shared that the Delphi murders could have been an act of retaliation or revenge against Libby's dad, Derek German. Tina believed that Derek snitched on her sister, Christy Lynn Martin, Keegan Callis, Tyler Joe French, and Jeff Reagan. It's rumored that Eric Alter was associated with this crew, along with Abby's uncle, Libby's dad, and possibly Garrett Kurtz and Anthony Greeno. Tina said Cheryl and Cheyenne were there with the group, and may have witnessed the crime. February 14th, 2:40. Both are found dead in a cabin at around 12:30. What did that mean? Did we get our stories crossed here? Were they found in that cabin before the noon, 12:30? And did he get his story mixed up? Did he get his story mixed up that they were found dead in a cabin, but then they were moved to be found at 12:30 later? That doesn't refer or answer the question about why you said they were found in a cabin, and everybody, and that's correct. Everybody knows about your criminal activity, as well as everybody else in your family. Once again, why did you say they were in a cabin? Once a meth dealer, always a meth dealer. Just like Derek, Becky's murdering brother Cody's for DUIs before he's 30. Christ, everybody knows about you. Bridget Smith says, I saw somewhere posted that they were found in a cabin. Not sure how true that is. Trish Ann says, one girl was found near a cave. Huh. Wait a minute. Josh Lank says one girl's found in a cabin. Trisha Ann says one girl is found in a cave. My mom was told at Americus during a gas up that they had located one, but they were hoping for the other to still be alive. This led me to believe they were found in two different spots. Before the staging, yeah. Tyler French from the Kokomo group was at or near the bridge, supposedly was using his grandparents' property to cook meth on with his crew. Apparently they own property up there. All I know is the day that Tyler and Keegan were questioned by detectives and or feds while they were incarcerated in the Howard County Jail about the Delphi murders, they were scared. Why were they scared? Possibly Garrett Kurtz, Ashley Garth, Gabe Ellis, Troy L., and Elijah Cook. Keep in mind, Cheyenne is and was associated with the Kokomo crew. It's not even a serial killer. It's a biker family getting back at one another by following their kids and then doing whatever they had done to them to take their lives. Are you serious? It's what I heard in deep depth from a family in Delphi. It's a very serious matter. I'm afraid they're not going to stop until more damage is done. Oh, not a serial killer. It's a biker family, which means meth dealers, getting back at another one, which means other meth dealers. Family means club or group or allegiance. Is one Hell's Angels affiliated, one Outlaws affiliated? Is that why we saw the ride? Is that why so many showed up for the ride? Can you tell me all the people Derek was supplying, males and females? That's a long list, Prof, says my source. But yes, many I could. In 2016 and 2017. I left mid-2016. I was in work release first part of the year, but 2000 to 2015 I can. He dealt with a lot with the Babcocks, O'Briens, Prater, Chester, Uncle Jim, Shane Two, Jennifer Johnson, Christy Martin, Chad Alting, and so many, many more. Jamie Cheshire, Aaron Tyner, Dale Wood, Brenda Marchand, Garrett, and Ashley. Is that enough? Ashley Wright, Troy Clendenning, and Anna Williams. Can you remember any specifically one he was maybe going to rat on? He just did in 2014, 2015. Now, let me pull this down. Have more to go, but we're not there yet. Sorry, guys. It's a lot. Just give me a moment to set up the next. Okay, guys, so sort of taking a brief intermission because I would say that now you know the first half of my theory of the crime. Okay, so that's the first part of my theory of the crime. Now, it's going to get worse. So I would like to say something to all of you in the chat. Okay, because I know many of you here believe that Richard Allen is completely innocent of any involvement with this crime. You know that I have stood up for due process and the rights of Richard Allen and spoken against the abuse of Richard Allen. And I have stood with the defense of Richard Allen for that reason. However, I've also said to you that I'm of the opinion that I really don't know regarding his guilt or innocence. I've said that I'm absolutely certain he did not murder those girls. I've also said that there's no way I can know for certain, though, if he was involved in the murders of those girls. Okay? So, where I stand is truly in the middle, is that I allow the possibility or potential that he was involved in the situation in which the girls were murdered, or that he was not. But you know, it's very important when we are doing this work that we do crowdsourcing or use open source intelligence, because not everything that's true about this crime is going to be coming from court documents from either the prosecution or the defense. I would say at this point in time, 90% of the truth about the Delphi murders is open source on the internet or in people's minds and the internet, some combination. Okay? So if you're in here and you're going to be, Rick is absolutely innocent, you're about to be just as upset as those trolls who declare that Rick is absolutely guilty. Because, hey, how would you know? How would I know? How would we know? But it's very important that I share with you, to the best of my ability, the best of the open source information that I come across. And so I know that these next several slides may be somewhat triggering to some people, but just try to control yourself and try to be calm and mature enough to take in the information before you blanket reject it or make some decision about it. Because making a decision about something you know nothing about, or before you've even heard it, it's the epitome of ignorance. So let's not be ignorant. The point of me presenting the next slides are that they are important in that they may be something. They may be nothing. Because the problem here is that I have not identified this individual. However, it is my hopes that by broadcasting this, Perhaps that individual will identify themselves to us. Well, you know that I have already made some deductions. Okay. The deduction that I have made in a couple ways is that the possibility exists that Richard Allen may have been smurfing out precursors at CVS, utilizing his privileged position as a pharmacy technician to facilitate the smurfing of the precursor pseudoephedrine for the manufacture of meth. And I suspected that he may also have ties to the Outlaws Club, as in the forms of a runner or a associate of sorts, because of that connection. One of the things that makes me most inclined to believe that may be a possibility, or open to that possibility, is the fact that we had a Smurf, a confirmed, verified Smurf, who, when I first mentioned this idea, literally lost their mind. And there is evidence for that. There's receipts for that. This particular Smurf exhibited such a tirade and tantrum that I immediately thought this particular person must have personally smurfed from Richard Allen. Okay, but whether or not he was smurfing out pseudoephedrine to these local Smurfs or not, it certainly doesn't mean that he had any involvement in the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. It would only mean that he was facilitating smurfing. If he indeed was, we don't know that he was. It's just a gut instinct based upon the reactions of that individual and another tipster who informed me that they have reason to believe that he was a runner for the Outlaws. Okay, so with that being said, I stumbled upon, in my archive, these following slides in which some person is giving some anecdotes that may or may not lend credence to this angle. However, because I have not vetted this person, I have not spoken, you can only take it as far as this is chatter on the internet. Okay? So, this is from the the Delphi Gordian Pit Archived. Okay? Formerly, or maybe even currently, I don't know because I was kicked out, the Knot. And here we have Meerkat, D-Town Lock, Baba Yaga Yellow Jacket, and deleted user discussing. Downtown Lock says, I've pretty much said most of this before, but he used meth. This is referring to Richard Allen. Okay, let me preface it. They are discussing, they're in the middle of a conversation about Richard Allen. Said most of this before, but he used meth with Garrett Kurtz. Ran out the door with a Bluetooth speaker at someone's house he was just hanging out at. Okay. And cornered someone close to me and had to get shoved away. Meerkat says, I'm interested in learning more about Kurtz. What? Am I on the wrong page? What happened here? Did it skip? Oh, don't tell me I lost the slide. No, it's out of sequence. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, I see it's doubled. Okay. Next one. So she says, Elu Yesman says, I thought it was a sheep barn. It was a barn. One of the television stations snuck into the barn where supposedly the family found blood and called Eli. Meerkat says, are you talking about the cabin? Sally Suckerfish says, I vaguely remember a rumor about this and remember seeing screenshot pics of a barn a while ago on Facebook. Downtown Lock says, or D-Town Lock says, I also know there was another shed in the woods back near the crime scene somewhere because people used to go back there to do drugs. Someone I know went back there and literally got chased out of there by some meth heads who were occupying the shed. I've always mushroom hunted around here, and one thing people will tell you is if you see any weird boxes or campsite spoons, anything, immediately leave that spot. People cook meth in some weird places, and you don't want to run into them while they're doing it. Okay. It looks like the prof fucked up. Okay, so where's the other one? Let's see. Sorry, guys. When I doubled that slide, I left out a slide. Okay, so we have a technical glitch, an error here. So let me go back. See if I can pull this out on the fly. Okay. I have it on the fly, but it's not on the screen. I don't know how I made that mistake, but let me grab them for you. I need to put them on the screen, so it's worth waiting. Sorry for that. Gosh, why is it so difficult to do anything? Okay, let's see. All right, so we'll start over. I thought these were ready for you. I apologize that some were not included in my preload. Or they may be out of order somewhere else. Who knows? Okay. All right. All right, let's see how quickly I can get it. Apologize for the delay. It's worth showing you, so worth the time it may take. So please bear with me. I goofed. It's like I tell my son, I goofed. All right. Who knows if this will work or not? Okay, so this may be out of order. I have not properly sequenced them or anything. I've just thrown them up here to do it as quickly as possible. But this says, same person told me they never got weird vibes from him except the one time. So you're saying they may have been bad blood between him and Kurtz? That I don't know about, but just Kurt stopped him from doing whatever he was going to do. Do you know about anything about an innocent incident that happened before the murders involving Kurt? Something about how he got into an argument with some girl's mom. I haven't heard anything. Yeah, I know about that, but that's another whole situation. But let's see. Okay. That's possible. I just think Richard Allen, where is it? God, see, it's out of order. Okay, that's possible. I just see Richard Allen. I just think Richard Allen tried to hide his abuse as well. Maybe not a lot of people know he did meth around here. The weird thing is all the events I'm talking about happened after the murder, around 2018 to 2019. That's why I think meth is a big part of all this. If he is the murderer, he kept using and stealing petty stuff. At least one thing I know of anyway. Meerkat says, do people hang out at the cemetery very often? But why the hell would you keep committing crimes unless he couldn't stop himself? Okay. No. Um, let me see where I need to go to. Okay, covered that one. Oh, here we go. This one should be next. A woman I know, Richard Allen cornered her, and actually Kurtz pushed him away. Okay, so do you see the point I'm getting at here, the points I'm making? That, I think I'm done with this. Remove it. The points I'm making, or the point I am making, is that this appears to be a local talking about the connection of Richard Allen to meth and to Garrett Kurtz. Okay, now, could it be total bullshit? Yes. Okay, could be total bullshit. But keep in mind, these are now two indicators that possibly there's some connection. Well, three. One indicator is a tip I received that he's tied to being a runner for the Outlaws. The other indicator is the Smurf reacting like a maniac whenever I mentioned that Richard could have been abusing his position in order to facilitate smurfing. And the third now is that there's this individual who is alleging that Allen was a meth user and tied to Garrett Kurtz or had some incident with Kurtz. So, in full transparency, it's important that I share all of that with you for your consideration and with the knowledge that it's not coming from a court document. It's not coming from anyone that I know, because this particular person is an anonymous person on a Discord. It's unless this person chooses to come forward and talk to us, we will not know about its validity. But it is there for you. So just a moment. Again. Okay, we got to be getting near the end because this is where my throat is failing. Now, now, now we're getting to part 3 here, which is, here's where I'm going to all right. Here's where I'm going to basically step away from presenting of here's where I'm going to step away from presenting the crime, and let's now get into what's really important at this part in time. Okay? So I think it's pretty apparent, based on all we just covered, that there is all of this. Okay? And what is all of this? Well, all of this we just covered, from the shacks. You know, we covered all the locations. So many anomalies. We covered just lots of things, right? We've just been covering a lot of the theory of the crime aspect. And remember, part one was we talked about Todd Click, and we talked about Kathy Allen and the attacks on them. Okay. Then we went into theory of the crime. Okay. Tomorrow we'll be going into the attacks on us in the community who do not go with the fairy tale narrative. Okay. But now let's take a look at what it could be, what it might take to accomplish something as big as this. So I want you to start to think about some things. Because these people will often say that there's absolutely no way it can be a cover-up. No way it can be a cover-up. Because a cover-up would be too complex and involve too many people. No, 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 no. Here's how a cover-up could work. You would have people who are dedicated to taking care of each other, who are strategically placed in certain nexus points in the community in order to accomplish various missions. For instance, the mayor, the prosecutor, the sheriff, the judge, the lead investigator, the governor, the senator. Okay? Family members. I don't think I need to say much about what you're about to see. We got our prosecutor. We got these guys. Having some allergies. Forgive me. What would be necessary to make all of this possible? Don't say it's impossible. It's actually probable. So was Mears' shed, shack, as she called it, ever searched? I mean, it's right where they were supposedly dropped off. What date was the last time Tina Rodell made these statements? There's a lot of names dropped, but was any of it looked into, or did it just linger? They are serious allegations. Very interesting. Thank you. Prof says, from what I've heard, the place was never searched. Imagine that. The number one most suspicious place not searched. Harvey Carroll Jr. says Mike Patty searched it with Mears' permission about the time he called his cop friend. Wait up. You mean this Mike Patty? So you're telling me the place where Trooper Joe, myself, and Noe feel that those girls could have been brought, Mike Patty searched? Thing is, the Riddles, Tentacle, Shack, Snapchat murders, Yubo, we know so much about you, new technology, new sketch, who is surely accurately BG, etc. Why not? Then drops Richard Allen out of thin air. They knew nothing about prior to September. He has no tentacles, no shack, no apparent religion, no communications with the girls, 5'4", like the girls, no curls, not 20-year-old, not 30-year-old, not 40-year-old, but 45. But he did have genes. So either it's not Richard Allen or Doug Carter was full of bull. This Doug Carter? Oh, what a headache. Sorry about that when you've seen that. Okay, you've seen that. So Douglas Rice, rest in peace. Douglas Rice. Guess what? So Rayleigh's mom reached out to me yesterday. Law enforcement interviewed her again. This is March 8th, 2020. March 8th, 2020. Okay? March 8th. March 8th, 2020. Law enforcement interviewed her again within the last several months and basically tried to get her to agree the recent sketch is who she saw. When she didn't go along, they told her she wasn't a credible witness. Sounds like it's a collusion, a conspiracy, an effort to force a witness to see what you want them to see. Doesn't it? And we'll quickly go through this. State of Indiana claims that no phone dump evidence exists from Kelsey German's phones, nor Mike, nor Becky, nor Cody Patty's phones. Furthermore, that the prosecutor's office does not possess any phone dump data from those phones. However, it's still unknown whether that data ever existed, considering the loss of 70 days of investigative activity as referenced above, 70 fucking days. It would be hard to believe that law enforcement would not have obtained the phone dump data from parties identified in the paragraph, Kelsey German, Mike, Becky, and Cody Patty, to at least determine timelines, at a bare minimum. How do you establish a timeline? With proof. Without it. Unless it's a group of guys working together, coordinated. Liggett's claimed that in 2017, Sarah Carbo identified a man walking down 300 as muddy and bloody, wearing a blue jacket, in order to assist the state's timeline, when in fact, Sarah Carbo never mentioned the word blood and identified the man's jacket as tan. And Liggett's failure to include in the affidavit that Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle at the CPS building was a non-black vehicle that resembles a 1965 Comet. Non-black. Resembles a 1965 Comet. Or Liggett's failure to include the description of the person Betsy Blair observed as being young as 20 years old with poofy brown hair. Or the failure of Liggett to include the fact that Brad Holder had a photograph on his social media basically mimicking the crime scene. Because Tony Liggett is not likely to freely admit that he provided false information and admitted information with reckless disregard of the truth in order to prevail at a preliminary stage, and the defense has provided this evidence in Franks 1, 2, 3, and 4, which our judge flushed down the toilet. This new evidence, therefore, would show that the phone and the victims were taken outside of the area where they were ultimately found, but then brought back to the area at a later time. Specifically, the defense received certain geofencing evidence that at least 3 persons were in and around the crime scene at the time while the murders were taking place according to law enforcement timeline. And none of the owners of those phones have any connection to Richard Allen. The geofencing evidence would provide evidence of any of the following scenarios. Persons walking with the phones are witnesses. Persons walking with the phones were observed nothing because the murders did not take place then and there, or the persons with the phones were participants in the murders. There's even maps and movements, and I've shown them to you. They're crawling around the quote-unquote crime scene. Turco's words that Holman left out, that the sticks could be or it was a given that they could be an attempt to replicate Germanic runic script. Odinism is an extreme ideology with racist connotations. Holder and Westphal were known to be involved. It might be someone's idea that you do a sacrifice. In rituals, there's a sacrificial connection to mythological poetry. So you see, exclusion of pertinent facts. On March 13, Allen by counsel filed third Franks, which details that at least three persons were in or around the crime scene at the time the murders were allegedly taking place, and none of the owners of the phones had connection to Allen. And Turco wrote those statements about the markings and the sacrifice. Okay. McLeland has said the following. This is still a very ongoing investigation. Our goal is to find anyone else who was involved in this heinous crime that is public interest, to find anybody else involved and get justice for Abby and Libby after the arrest of Richard Allen. We have good reason to believe that Richard Allen is not the only person involved in the case. Therefore, there may be other actors involved, which is why we left the tip line open. That's why we left the tip email open. It puts the investigation in the best position possible to determine if anyone else was involved. That's the best interest of the public, that the investigation find anyone else involved. Detective Holman's letter sought sealing because the investigation is ongoing and fluid. Mullen cited that the matter was still being actively investigated, and that law enforcement was continuing to search and seek facts and information relating to Richard Allen and other potential suspects. So how is this being flushed down the toilet? Okay, it's all done, it's all over, it's a done deal, get it out of my fucking face, like Alex says. Mullen investigated Anna, and she described the male as wearing a blue jacket and light blue jeans. Rayleigh Voorhees, in a group of 4 girls, said that she said hi and recalled him being in all black. Black hoodie, black jeans, black boots. Breed described the man as wearing a blue or black windbreaker. So, are we describing 1 or 2 people? So we got a man in tan jacket, a man in a blue, and a man in all black. How many girls we got out there? We know we got the classmates of Libby under the bridge until 3:30, allegedly. I've shown you their names. Oh, they were just kids at the time, like everyone else. The presence of Allen's focus is in dispute. Allen told investigators he arrived at 12 and left at 1:30. According to the timeline set by investigators, the killings happened between 1:30 and 4. Well, odd enough that Dan Doolan cannot find the recording to document, verify, and prove the fact that Allen actually said that he was there from 1:30 till 4 and not 12:30 to 1:30. Well, it's pretty fucking odd because all they have is him at 1:30, so on camera. So I guess 1:30 has to be the nexus point in this one, right? A witness reported seeing a different vehicle, not Allen's Focus, but a Comet. And it wasn't black. Then we got the tan coat, the bloody, the muddy, the bloody, all of that shit's here. Okay? You see? It's all here. I'm gonna plow through this because it's all here. You see? It's all here. It's all here. These are court documents all here. But look what you can't talk about. The shack, meth, Derek, Cody. Oh, sorry. That was what Mike told Hannah Shakespeare. Sorry. Let me figure out what you can't, according to McLeland and Gall. Odinism, ritualistic killing. Brad Holder, Patrick Westphal, Johnny Messer, Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, Keegan Klein, Jerry Klein, Ron Logan, Todd Click. Matter of fact, because of that, we're going to do this to Click. We're going to get his ass a lesson learned. What else can't we talk about, Daddy? No reference to geofencing. No geofencing, because the geofencing shows the 3 phones crawling around the crime scene. No reference to prior bad acts or witnesses. Oh, you mean Derek German selling to half a Delphi or having them sell for him? Supplying? Or Nick McLeland being related to the family? No reference to how the files were labeled by Mullen and handed over like scattered to obfuscate and make it almost impossible to put this case together. No reference to PowerPoints that law enforcement has used. No reference to law enforcement product. All right. Thank you, Adrian. Oh, look, Adrian's here. Adrian says, thank you, Prof, for this information. It is so important, and I will be sharing this information with as many people as possible. Thank you so much. It's exhausting. I'm tired. We've almost been 4 hours. But thank you all so much, and thank you, Adrian, sweetheart. I can't wait to have you back on the show. You were so great on the show the other night, and everyone loved it. And if you guys haven't seen, please go watch the show we did with Adrian. It's called Dark Web and Criminal Underworld, something like that. It's a recent show featuring Adrian and covering dark web and other questionable shit. Okay, sorry about this. I didn't mean to show you this. Pull this down. All right, so we're moving on. Let's move on. I'm tired of. What do we got here? I'm trying to get to certain thing here. Oh, I'm not finding it. Hold on. Here we go. Thank you so much, Adrian. All right, you guys. So just thought about something. You can see the trails from Hoosier Harvest Store. The camera should have picked up that man in black on his way from Freedom Bridge. Camera should have picked up a lot. What about the trail cams? Is that what they found in Gabe Ellis's trunk? All right. And Gary leaves a comment. And Gary. Thank you so much, Gina. You mean part 2? Tomorrow's part 2. Part 3. I guess you'll make me. Am I going to have to do a part 3? Okay. Thank you so much, Gina Bodette. You're amazing, and you have the most awesome comments on Facebook of anyone I've seen. Guaranteed. You're like a lone warrior out there in the gaslighting ass Facebook world. Okay. Oh man. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Arrests within this family go back decades. You cannot sugarcoat arrest after arrest. How long is Becky going to coddle Derek? She never addressed why he never has said a word in a paper statement, nor a written statement, or a statement through his family about the love and cherish the memories of his daughter, Liberty. Cody Patty was not drinking at age 12. Both his mother and father was unable to care for him, and you know why that is. The adopted son, he's had an entire life of crime. Repeat offenders over and over and over without deviation. And the point is all three of her brothers are criminals, and so is Michaela Hartman when she took liberty to see Hannah Montana high on meth. Crystal methamphetamine permeates the entire family. Not one, not two, not even three or four, not even 8 or 9 charges. Dozens and dozens. Scope. These are not little mishaps. All of Derek's friends, his circle of friends, are criminal felons. Tara went along with the thread of when Josh Lank was bragging about how much money he had made selling dope, which he was still doing in 2016 because he still has to wear an ankle monitor. How humiliating for his sons to have to take baseball photo with daddy wearing an ankle monitor for meth, and all the parents knew it. Then she ends up with a woman that looks like the man she divorced. This was posted in 2018 by Jesse Marie, but it's worth reposting. Why did Amanda Duvall, right here in this group, insist that the picture of her child be taken down? That was sitting next to date Jimmy Dale Duvall. We all remember that. Red flags. She's in a level of denial like Cindy Anthony. That's all I can equate it to. Is this the part where you say you had her password? What good would that do when there were 27 convicted felons on her Facebook friends list? Nobody was watching Liberty's internet activities. If this turns out to be somebody that is not affiliated or knows this family in some way, it will blow me out of the water and several others on here. Michaela Hartman is now in a relationship and pregnant with Dale Babcock's baby, and he's a meth dealer, and they're all connected to the Patties. The scope of felonies and drugs cannot be disputed whatsoever. Indiana State Police. Detectives working with DELPHI investigation seek information. While investigating the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, detectives with the CCSO and Indiana State Police have uncovered an online profile named Anthony_Shots. Let's find the other user of the Anthony Shots and stop fucking around. This profile was being used from 2016 to 2017 on social media applications, including but not limited to Snapchat, Instagram, and Yubo. The fictitious Anthony_Shots profile used images of a known male model and portrayed himself as being extremely wealthy and owning numerous sports cars. The creator of the fictitious profile used this information while communicating with juvenile females to solicit nude images, obtain their addresses, and attempt to meet them. Pictured below, you'll see images of the known male model and images of the fictitious Anthony_Shots profile sent to underage females. We've already identified the male in these images that were used by the profile. The male in the photos is not a person of interest. Detectives are seeking information about the person who created the Anthony_Shots profile and the other user. Investigators would like any individual who communicated, met, or attempted to meet Anthony_Shots to call blah, 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 blah. I contacted the Anthony_Shots account at the police station the night of the 13th. I had Libby's social media password so I could see who she was communicating with that night. I didn't message the account using her socials or phone. I had a short conversation with the account. Well, then you must have messaged. That gave no indication that the account knew where the girls were, so I stopped communicating with it, and I didn't think of the conversation. Yeah, right. I wish. What do you wish, Kelsey? Just so we're clear. Sketch is who Sarah saw? No, the sketch is a composite sketch. Go back and study it. Betsy Blair is number 2? Yes. Oh. My understanding is that Miss Carbo and Miss Blair, they didn't want to do a sketch. but they were pressured by police to assist. Is that true? Yes. And the timeline, they asked you the question, the timeline is dependent on the sketches. That's not a true statement, is it? Or is our timeline? No, it's dependent on the people that saw it. No, it's dependent on the fucking sketches, Holman. Who turned the phone on at 4:33? I believe the phone was still on. No, it wasn't. Who turned the phone on at 4:33? This proves it's a composite sketch. It's a composite sketch. It's not a Sarah Carbo sketch. It's a composite sketch. It was well announced. Holman, I would say that's a good statement. There's more than a few that said they saw them. Oh, yeah? Who saw him, Jerry Holman? Who saw him? Because it sounds like what you're saying is it's so you pressured the witnesses to produce sketches. They were concerned about the timeline, so they didn't want to cooperate. You pressured Rayleigh to agree that the young guy sketch was who she saw. You changed the clothing. You changed the vehicles. Now I guess we have to determine there was other people on that trail, or they actually seen the guy responsible for this, or they seen somebody else who was just out there walking. In January 2017, someone who used to live in Indy moved to Washington, D.C. Oh, Mike Pence. Mike Pence. Another Mason? When one makes that transition, one would typically bring loyal staffers with them to D.C. from their home state and also maintain local offices with loyal staffers in various locations in the home state. So there would be dozens of people in the state directly connected to the executive branch of the federal government, 2 degrees of separation from the newly elected commander in charge. In February 2017, law enforcement officers identified Klein's catfish activities on the internet, which included synthetic identity deception and recruitment, catfishing, illicit commerce, getting illegal pictures and videos, coercion, getting illegal pictures and videos, extortion, enforcing silence and complicity, and distribution, selling and sharing illegal pictures and videos. According to Julie Melvin, this also allegedly involved sales of used devices, and also according to Holly Lowry. Dozens of them, preloaded with illegal pictures. Yes, he was selling burner phones, allegedly. And preload them with various catfish accounts, allegedly. This is the Dropbox. Klein also had the Dropbox with a large cache of illegal pictures and videos, rumored to be the biggest in Indiana or something to that effect. So in February 2017, law enforcement sniffed all this out, but let Klein continue his business and the Dropbox for 2 years. One might speculate that this is a honeypot. Yes, it was. To gather intel on all the customers. Yes, it was. And other customers connected to Dropbox. Yes, it was. Collecting evidence to build a case to make prosecutions easy. Assuming those links get passed around, law enforcement can identify many of the people who access those links. Some settings in Dropbox will enable automatic downloads of things to a user's device, meaning everything added to the shared folder in the cloud gets automatically downloaded to the computer of users who have this setting enabled or haven't turned it off. One could speculate that gigabytes of content could get downloaded to devices that were going into the executive office building daily, into the White House. I could speculate further, but one could see how this would be deemed a national security issue, and the word came down to bury it all at some point. Then the good guys within law enforcement have a big problem. They want to make arrests and bring justice, but they're told not to, or to only being justice within certain boundaries, in a way that won't lead to certain avenues of inquiry. Or they stop or are told to stop altogether, and countermeasures are put in place to actively thwart a successful investigation. Overwrite recordings, delete the audio of interviews, ignore obvious lines of investigation. Just speculating here. Okay. So here we're going to get to the end of the road, and I'm going to end it like this. We're going to bring it full circle. Let me see what I wanted to do. I wanted to show you this again. Let's see. Not that. That one. Think about all we just said. How do you accomplish something this grandiose? It's confidential, Gina. It's confidential. I'm sorry. I protect my sources for their own protection. You've seen what we've gotten here. We don't want anyone else to get it. But thank you for asking. Just say thank you in the chat, if you don't mind. So let's bring it back to reality here. Honey, I hate to say it, but you will never find the truth because it's a cover-up. The sheriff and every law enforcement agent in Carroll County is dirty as they come. But what do you want to know? Tell me about what you saw and why you think this has been covered up. And here we go with that quote. Piles of animal bones, skulls hanging in trees, fresh tracks leading from the creek to the house on the top of a hill. A bunch of cops and firemen that had no concern when I told them what I saw. The fact that they tried to stop me from crossing the bridge. The fact that I was called a suspect that got called and tried to interview me over the phone, but I told them to kiss my ass. They got pissed and sent 2 cops to pick me up for questioning. And the cops couldn't even find my house with the proper address. I called them out every chance I get, and then some. Not one official in that county likes me. I am the loudest and proudest around, and I speak my mind no matter what, or no matter who it's to. And the animal bones. Was this at the crime scene or nearby? Are you friends with Carrie? Yes. It was about 1,000 yards or so from the bridge and farther back. And yes, I'm friends with Carrie. Okay, don't make me do it again. Don't make me show it again. Yeah, I think I got to show you again because people just want to gaslight. You want to gaslight what law enforcement handed to you. And yes, I'm friends with Carrie. Her brother and I are best of friends. Did you live in Delphi at the time? No. So this area of animal bones was near the site where the girls were found? When you saw this, what went through your mind? That someone has been practicing for a long time. He means witchcraft. Or something like it. Did it feel like some type of ritual? Never thought that till later on, but no, there was nothing else to suggest that. Were you familiar with the trails? No. Then you were just out searching with others? No, I hooked up with Carrie's brother and we started our own search pattern. We came from the South County Road and walked the track on the bridge. And then, did you see the crime scene? I feel like the actual crime scene is in the shed on top of the hill. But no, we called off our search and the girls were found the next day where we already looked. And I'm a country boy. Them girls were not there when I came through. They were taken and brought back. That's the exact same thing Ron Logan told me. if you want to break this case, the best we can achieve that is to get the federal government to do a complete investigation on Carroll County as a whole. Why do you say that? It's a cover-up. It was the girls walking in on the meth lab being ran by the local cops and criminal informants. One of them snapped and shit went crazy. I feel in my heart that this is the true story just by being in that county all my life and knowing how they work. Wow. Do you think Delphi has a meth problem? More like an epidemic. Now it's heroin. I think it was an officer that killed them girls in Florida and the two in Delphi. Just because I have seen firsthand how they treat a murder case, and they are some of the dumbest fuckers you can imagine. So yes, I think it was an officer. That is why it's being covered up, because when it comes out, the whole police department is going down, as well all government officials in Carroll County. I feel that is when this all comes to a head, that Lafayette will end up running Carroll County. And well, it should be that way anyhow. Rest in peace, Abby and Libby. And thank you, Eric Williams. Yes, it is the same Eric Williams that gave the interview and almost said victims. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I am sorry. I am tired. I apologize for the length of this, but that is the truth about Delphi. The storm is upon us. It's my opinion. And nothing you can do to change it. So let's pray for our girls, pray for each other, and do the best you can. It's hard when you are told what to say, told what to think, shamed, harassed, ridiculed, threatened. Thank you, Adrian. Yes, it's sobering. Thank you, Heavy Metal. You guys, thank you for sticking around. I know it's very late. And I know it's a lot. I told you it would be a lot. But we made it to the end, so thank God for that. Thank you, ACV, Epic Receipts. Thank you, Rebecca Ann. Thank you, Lisa. You guys are awesome for the thanks. Thank you so much. I'm totally beat. I have a headache and I'm tired. It's time to rest. I've believed the depths of this investigation were as you described, and I appreciate your coverage to say it out loud. Thank you. And of course, there will be retribution. There will be clapback. There will be penalties to be paid for talking about things. But don't be gaslit into saying you don't know what I think, because now you do. Okay. And by the way, I said this 2 years ago as well. Just anyone in the Discord might remember. So, yeah, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. You have been amazing. Thank you for the amazing comments. I wish I could keep up with them. I really can't. But here's what I say about Eric Williams. I really do pray for him and ask God to protect him and bless him, and maybe have him come on the side. Come on this side. Okay, come on this side. We need Eric Williams to give us the story. Tammy McCrae, someone's couch is in my yard. Oh, are you suffering the storm, Tammy? Oh gosh. Okay, Tammy, we're gonna pray for you too. Okay, we'll pray for you tonight. Thank you so much, Tammy. I can't believe you're here. Okay, we're gonna pray for you because we know what's going on. It's a storm. It's a storm, but you're one of the greatest. And thank you so much just for being here. I'm very honored you're here in the midst of the storm, and God bless you. You always have the most amazing comments as well, Tammy. Okay. Pray for the safety of Kathy, Rick, Rosie, Click, Bowen, everyone. You know, like I mentioned, that letter from Kathy's lawyer was so conscientiously written in the praying for everyone affected by the murders of Abby and Libby. And so we pray for Abby and Libby and for every single person affected by their murders. And you guys pray for me as well and support the channel. Please do your best to keep me in your prayers, and yeah, speak the truth. Speak the truth as you know it and as you are compelled and convinced by. For all of you on the replay, I want to thank you very much for being on the replay. Understand it's a very complicated situation, and that was said from the very beginning. And so please leave some commentary below on the replay. Leave the comments in the comment section. We need you in the comment section because the chat goes away when the stream is over. There's no more chatting. But when the stream is over, there's conversation in the comment section. And so we would love that. I would love it if you continued the conversations. And so when you're on your replays, when you're watching replays, please leave comments because it continues it. And I want to see your contributions as well, just like I watch the chat so that I can see what people feel and think, and they can add value to what I'm attempting to do. And the same here in the comments. So Amy, would you please put up the donation pathways for the, this is especially for those on the replay. Be aware that you can leave a super thanks or something like that, super chat, and various donation pathways exist. And anyway, just please try to move with compassion around this case, because this is a difficult case. It's a difficult case, and all the emotion, and there's so much chaos with agents who have been sent in to create chaos in this case. So do your best to move with patience and blessings for people and yourself. I always tell the ones I love to try to get rest, and take care of yourself and all this and that and the others, because you have to take care of yourself first. So do that, okay? And God bless Libby and Abby. And we love you all. So see you on another time. I'll leave the chat open a few minutes, as I always do. And I'm getting out of here so I can rest my eyes and rest my head. And God bless you all. God bless Libby and Abby. And God bless the United States of America. We love you all.